Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everyone and welcome to today's supervision trainings. My name is Noor Damia. I will be the moderators of today's training. I'm very pleased to see all of you virtually and welcome you all to this training, inshallah. So, without further ado, I would like to start the event with the recitation of Surah Al-Fatiha. Inshallah, thank you everyone for coming, Honorable Supervisor. Inshallah, for today's program, we have honorable speakers, Prof. Muhammad Sha'ari Nordin from Kuliah of Education. The topic of Prof. Workshop will be how to guide students to identify research gap and research.
Okay.
Sorry?
Okay.
All participants are kindly advised to mute themselves, to stay muted and stay connected with us. Okay. We come back to the tentative of this program, the agenda of the program of the today's. Today we're going to start with on how to guide students to identify research gap and research objective. And then we have the second topic of today. The speaker will be Prof. Prof. Datin Dr. Roslina Osman on how to guide students to write a literature review and how to diagnose student learning. And then after the lunch break, we're going to start at 2:30 p.m. We have Prof. Dr. Nolide Abdul Qasim. The topic will be how to guide students to develop theoretical and conceptual framework. Inshallah, today's training will be from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Inshallah, please stay connected with us, stay tuned with us. So without further delay, I would like to invite our honorable guest speaker, Prof. Sha'ari, to give your presentation. Prof, please welcome.
Thank you, Madam Doctor. May I share my screen before?
Yes, Prof. Are you able to share your screen, Prof?
Let me try. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, Prof.
Okay, let me try again. Can you enable me to share?
Yes, Prof. We enable you to share, Prof.
Okay, it's here now, inshallah.
Okay, we are static to see your screen, Prof. Anyway, for those who are unable to join our Zoom today, inshallah, we have the live streaming on YouTube, CPS YouTube. The link will be provided in the chat box. Our technical team will provide the link on the YouTube, so you may share with your colleague, with your kuliah, inshallah. Okay, Prof, the floor is yours. You may start the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Brothers, sisters, respected lecturers, supervisors, and of course the teacher and person Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What I have with me is this listing of what we may cover in this 2-hour discussion, not really a workshop, because we maybe most of the time you may just listen to me, but I hope you contribute something to this discussion so we can share your rich experience in this. And I honestly believe that this is not something really new. What I'm going to share with you is something that you've been doing. So as a teacher, what I'll try to do is to put things in together and see how we can use our experience to help students to cover this quite critical topic that is identifying gaps in the literature. So hopefully you participate and give your ideas using we have this chat room. Am I right, Doctor? We have we allow people to participants to ask questions or to give comments and ideas to this. While I'm talking, then we'll check on your
Yes, Prof.
Inshallah.
Inshallah,
So there
Prof.
are three things. Yeah, there are only three things. The first two basically what's out there in the literature. There is suggestion how to help students to whether or not they need to identify and the research gaps, whether they have done that. That's the first one. And second one, to really doing the work of identifying, and finally some not to say really well documented techniques, rather just anecdotal experiences in identifying the gaps. So basically, what I intend to do is to share you my experience of how I learned to identify research gaps. So and maybe you have better ways of doing it. So by all means, please share with us today. So I don't know how to put this down. It's blocking my view, but okay, I'll try to change it here. Okay. Basically, one of the things that I have experienced in the past is to help my students with this question. He was doing something related to a teacher's use of technology, and then one day he came over. He is from Nigeria. It was about 15 years ago, and he came and showed me this diagram. Okay, and asked me, can I use this as my theoretical framework? That's the question he asked me. Can I use this TAM model as the basic of my research? And written up there, it was this model of technology adoption or use of technology by teachers. It is one of the most popular models about use of technology that are well documented and being used and reported in across disciplines, from education to social sciences, even to medical related research. They most quite a number that they talk about technology adoption or technology acceptance, something to say about this model. So it's nothing new actually. However, I told him, yes, of course, you can refer or based on this model to develop your questions. what's the problem with this model that you still want to apply it at doctoral level? That's my question. And that also I mean triggered my research colleagues and I. It was about 15 years ago. We were doing something on a survey. We conducted a survey to study this use of computer-based technology among our IIUM lecturers. So we were commissioned by the research center to conduct that survey. So so we would think then the student and my team been toying around with this idea. Can we just based on this model, so that we will work with a framework. It is not just for problem solving of the lecturers' use, but it's a way to contribute to the area of knowledge about computer use. So apart from finding the actual levels of use, we may also try to add information about what really matters, or what were the determinants of lecturers' use of technology. However, when we started reading, we found a few things that maybe we can really contribute some information, at least in the context of IIUM lecturers. When we read the reports on lecturers' use of technology, then we found this issue here. Okay, we read quite a number of reports on use of technology, and when we had a discussion, somebody told the meeting that actually the use of technology, which have been studied by others, sort of piecemeal in nature, because some researchers said that it's not a unidimensional construct, meaning that we cannot say it is one construct which is just about use. It can be different types of use. Okay, the understanding was that it can be something the lecturers use for communication purposes, such as emails and all those things. And while there's also the use in terms of general purpose system and office system, such as there are many things that we have at IIM, the office system and general purpose systems such as email and also those things. So most studies in the past considered use as one-dimensional construct, and we've been thinking that while some lecturers may use a lot of communication system using computer-based technology, maybe they hardly use the office system or vice versa. So it's not really talking about just one purpose. It's multi-purpose. So we have to understand this, and we try to search for information about different users of system by the lecturers. We found they talk about it. There are different ways lecturers use, but unfortunately, there's no a clear-cut definition and measurement of these different users of technology. And another thing which it was right was that basically it's very difficult to measure the actual use. So that's another issue that we found. there was hardly any study reported that they measured the actual use of technology. So meaning that we were looking at the problems.
So what I'll do is, if I go in, I change all the password.
Okay, that's one issue.
So don't do or even.
Okay, another concern was that while we were reading and having our discussion about what to be included in our questionnaire, we found another issue about the relationship between intention, niat, and the actual use. As we browse through the several research reports, it's very difficult to identify this relationship being. I mean, not that many, just very few studies that examine whether or not intention influence use of technology. So that's another issue. And this relationship, PEU, I think this model is something you are very familiar with. PEU stands for perceived ease of use, and Davis argued that perceived ease of use of the technology will determine levels of their intention. However, the studies that examine this relationship indicated or provided mixed signals. Some of the studies showed that there's positive relationship, while other studies showed negative, and most of the studies say there's no relationship. Okay, so these are were the issues that we face. So based on this, and with some of our colleagues' theoretical background, they said maybe in our research, we just should focus on the relationship that involve only three constructs. Okay, PU, intention, and use. Take out PU because we cannot expect or we cannot really postulate an expectation about the relationship between PEU and intention. That's one thing. So we decided then that we will only include three constructs in our study or in our questionnaire. We are going to have items on that. And secondly, we still apply the same model, of course, without PEU. And the model says that perceived usefulness of the technology, down there, PU, influences intention to use the technology, which in turn influence levels of use of the technology. And the use of technology is not going to be considered as a unidimensional factor. Okay, it's not going to be considered as just how frequent do you use this technology? Not just that, but rather we are going to have three separate sub-construct of use. One on communication system, and one on office system, and the other one on general system. So that's the background of our learning in thinking about what exactly we want to conduct in our study. We have these three constructs, PU, intention, and use with three constructs. And additionally, one of our colleagues mentioned that this model by Davis, created by Davis, seems to focus only on extrinsic motivators. Perceived usefulness, intention. Intention maybe some include the intrinsic component of motivational construct, and use. how they affect. So why don't we see whether we can add something to this model? Because this model seems to be missing that. Okay, so they have this efficacy thing, that is confidence. Okay, levels of confidence in using computer-based technology, whether or not this efficacy or computer self-efficacy influences intention and ultimately use of technology. So based on that understanding, we have put together this model. Okay, the first three construct on up there. Okay, let me make it clearer. Okay, this one here, you, intention, oops, okay, and use. These are the three original construct, and then we measure use clearly by having the communication system, the general purpose system, and office system in place of measuring use and self-efficacy. So this what then became our conceptual framework. Okay, so to us, to me specifically, I think at doctoral level in particular, I'm not really that concerned about master student, master thesis, but at doctoral level, the conceptual framework should be there. Okay, in one's PhD proposal, or in the dissertation, or even definitely in the final report. So I think later today you will there'll be a discussion on the importance and how to create the conceptual framework. So what I mean to emphasize here is we have to tell our students, your PhD thesis or this dissertation are complete without identifying and addressing, not just identify, but addressing research gap, which will help you, okay, to create conceptual framework which will facilitate your task of contributing new knowledge to the area of study. So that's the importance of the one in the middle, that is fill up the gap in the literature. And to do that, we have to work on, identifying the gaps, and then see whether we can address the gap. If so, document it in the conceptual framework. So back to the point just now, here we found the gap. Okay, it's about the gap about the number one, about the definition and use of technology. Number two, the inadequacy in terms of information about the relationship between intention and use. The third one, we have, inconsistent findings from the past research on the relationship between PEU and intention. And finally, this model as a whole seems to focus on ecologically, on extrinsic motivation. So maybe a more comprehensive model of technology adoption should include other things, such as this motivation, intrinsic motivation variable. So let me stop there for a while. The intention of that mukaddimah is a lengthy mukaddimah, is just to relate what makes a conceptual framework, basically based on our effort to include to identify and address the gap in the literature. That will be what matters in for a PhD research. That is a novel contribution to the field of knowledge, and that can only happen when we found our student manage to identify the gap, and then have a research question to address the gap, and then develop the conceptual framework. Okay, let's see. I think we have some reaction from our colleagues here. Oops. Okay, sorry. I thought I found something. Let me see. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. My voice is not. How is it now? Is it clear?
Yes, for me.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Okay, I'm sorry. Ini shock sendiri ya, cakap sendiri semua orang tak dengar. I'm sorry about that. We will provide link. Okay, salam. Okay, salam. Okay, if there's no question or no reaction so far, can I have your reaction to this a reflection rather? Have you been considering what my colleagues and I used to think about 15 years ago when the thing that I've shown you just now, or when another question, maybe you can respond to either one. Another question: how did you get your student to show evidence that they have identified gaps in literature? Did you ever talk to them about gap in literature? Let's do an honest reflection here. You can respond using your mic now, or you can put it in this review paper. Good. You get somebody to review the paper, related papers. Okay, may I ask an additional question? How did you ask them, or what exactly you mean when you ask students to review paper? Okay, there's no response yet. Never mind, let me continue then. Now, okay. When we conduct a discussion or supervision meeting with students, it's good to find out whether or not they've done this. Have they identified in research? I mean, in the research they intend to do. And then if they have identified, what's the justification that it is really an existent? I mean, it's really a gap in the literature. Is the justification convincing? That's another question. And is the student going to use a gap in their study? And how are they going to use it? Okay, and will the effort to address the gap by having it in the study will contribute to the novelty of the doctoral thesis in particular? By the way, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but this is my understanding. Addressing the gap in the literature will contribute to a new understanding about the phenomenon that we are studying. That's one thing I think taken for granted. When we don't address the gap, to me, it's difficult for us to say there's something new in my study, theoretically speaking. And that's a requirement for doctoral thesis, quality doctoral thesis. At master's level, to me, it is not really something that students must do. Doctoral thesis or this dissertation is more related to whether or not student can apply research process and procedures independently and demonstrating their mastery of research skills. So research gap to me, even though it's good to train students at master's level, but it's more important at doctoral level. I don't know how can one justify. Please help me. How can a doctoral student say that his finding contribute to something, his or her findings contribute something new to the field of knowledge if there's no indication that the study is addressing or having identified gaps and addresses that gap through the study. Okay, that's my concern. So it's good to start discussion with when somebody when a student come to you and say, can I do this topic for my thesis? Then these are the questions that can be relevant. Have they identified at least one gap in the literature, justified the existence of the gap, and what evidence do they have to say that it is really the gap of importance? And then they say they have decided to include measurement or even construct or the relationship or definition or many things about the gap in their study, and that can finally provide or substantiate something new from the findings of their study. Okay, that's the introduction. So we go to the second point here, which everybody is, I think, quite familiar again. That is methodological gap and substantive gaps. These are two major types of gaps in previous research. It's easier to identify methodological gaps than theoretical gaps. But it's wonderful if it's good if the student can right away identify substantive gaps, which normally comes from theoretical frameworks that they have or the theories that they have in their studies. So what constitute methodological gaps is about the research approach, something to do with methods of doing the research, the research design, population that they studied, sample type, sampling, location, social cultural context, the instrument, the validity, reliability of the instrument, the methods of data analysis. So if they can argue that previous studies having weaknesses in these areas, then they are talking about methodological gap. And the substantive gaps basically about the fundamental or the building block of quantitative research and maybe even qualitative research. It's about the variables that being studied in the past. Okay, just like the example I've shared with you just now, in the past, using Davis TAM model, They just focus on these extrinsic motivators for the use of technology. So the gap is that we may extend the model by having intrinsic motivation or some other things of importance. Then even about the relationship between or among variables, mixed signals, and the letters that I come across is about the strength of relationship can also be considered as substantive gaps. For instance, in some studies they found a weak relationship. In other studies they found somewhat strong relationship between A and B, between two variables. Okay, so it is still far from conclusive. So there's a gap there which need to be addressed. And there are other gaps. People in management and business studies, they talk about managerial gaps. Some talk about professional gaps, practical gaps. The contribution of the previous studies can be found to be far from conclusive. Okay, so this what can be considered when we want to help our student to address gap in the literature. That is, we can to identify and then later on address research gap can be of this nature. That is, we start with, I cannot see this now, I'm sorry to move this. Okay, we can start with this student must read. Okay, must read if possible, not necessarily a thesis, but they must read at least one research article, one research report, published research report, if possible, related to the topic that they are interested in. This is a must. We cannot do the process of identifying gaps if they just read the textbook. And it's better, this what I like to do because of the outcome, it's much better if you, as a supervisor, you share your latest or related research article in which you have identified and addressed some gaps in topic. Share that and ask them to ask your supervisor to really understand the article. Okay, so read the research report, identify a topic and the variable construct. Okay, at least based on one articles first. Then read the abstract. Okay, read the abstract, identify the variables. Okay, basically this is useful for quantitative study. Qualitative study, they keep on reading, and along the way, along the process, they may find new gaps. But for quantitative studies, it's good to start at the onset. Ask them to read several new related articles, go and look for articles, and read the abstract and summarize your reading by identify the variables that they studied. It's in the abstract. It should be in the abstract. Otherwise, it is not a good article. And for each article, okay, they have identified for each research report, even thesis, now it can be included. Read the statement of problem or the introduction, which is in the introduction section or at the end of the review of literature, right? And read the results and findings and read the limitation. So meaning that when we assign student to identify variables, we ask them to be strategic. They don't have to read everything in the article. They have to know the statement of problem, the results finding, limitation, and the statement of problem may include the conceptual framework as well. And finally, at the end, the limitation of the study. But still, if they can read results and tabulation of the results, and even the characteristics of the research, the salient characteristics of SLR research. So ask them to look for an article related to their topics, and look for an article which is basically systematic review of systematic literature review. Ask them to look for it. Or meta-analysis, or at least a scoping review. At least try to ask them to look around for such a report related to their topic. And another technique, which to me is the most, the most convincing one that a student can do, a doctoral student can do, is to apply systematic literature review or conduct meta-analysis and have it as a chapter in their thesis. Okay, or maybe the chapter 2 of the thesis may contain just this method of reviewing literature. There is systematic literature review and meta-analysis. Years ago, I think more than 10 years ago, people in I learned that lecturers and students at KICT, if I'm not mistaken, is a requirement that doctoral thesis must review the literature using SLR, meta-analysis. I think it is a good way to convince your reader that you are contributing something new to the field of knowledge. That's what students should understand. So basically, these are the steps that we can consider. And the last 3 steps up there: read the statement of problem, maybe the theoretical or conceptual framework, the results, the finding, and the limitation, by focusing on that, and also read the SLR, try to see what they have, the tabulation that they have in the SLR, and apply or conduct on their own meta-analysis and SLR. All these are applying strategic reading. Okay, looking for information rather than simply trying to understand the whole thing about the research. It is trying to find information about the research, and the critical information will be what it means by what are the research gaps. Okay, let me see. Try to see that, and if you have any question, please share. Assalamualaikum. Can we say the lack of literature? Yes, it is. I don't know the classification, whether good or adequate, but to me it is acceptable. Okay, the closer it is related to variables, lack of variables, lack of studies on relationship, or is more substantive kind of inadequacy or gap in literature. For example, only 3 books, less than 10 articles. Okay, I think it is acceptable, but to be of higher level at higher level of making a convincing statement is that they must be able to cite all these 3 books and 10 articles. If they can have it in the references to substantiate their claim, only 3 books or less than 10 articles, or the 3 books only one chapter focusing on that, for instance, that will be more convincing. So he is right. It's a way to find the gap. Okay, thank you, Sister Zuraini, I think. Okay, and then Brother Faiz, what elements should be considered if we want? Okay. Brother Faiz, I have an example to share this with you from what we have done, Brother Faiz. Give me a few minutes to come to that. Okay, I think. All right, look at what has been done. Okay, this is what we normally understand. To find gap, we do this. Okay, look at what has been done and what can be done. That's correct. But what that exactly means in practice is something that I may be able to share with you in a short while. Any other comments, please? So, as I've stated just now, for a quantitative doctoral thesis, the best thing that a student can do to justify the gap, or to state, to identify, state, and provide evidence for gap in literature is the last at the top there. I strongly encourage my students to do this, but not many of them are really able to apply SLR because we don't have a course on that. We don't really train. It's training. It's not telling. It's not just lecturing them about SLR. Okay, so that's my skepticism about this training, brothers and sisters. I'm sorry, but I have to say this. Actually, to train us, we have to do it. We have to get our hands dirty with the data in order to really work on this, because this is skill-based. We have to experience it in order to really understand. So it's good if you can organize and get one of your among you, one of the lecturers among you, to train students to apply SLR. Almost 30 years ago, by the way, this is my experience. I'm not trying to brag, but I learned a lot from this. About 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, when I started doing my PhD thesis, based on an experimental study. I first used the very popular way to write the literature review. That is reviewing the literature, read the research report related to my topic, and then describe the research using narrative review of literature. Then when I talk to my supervisor, okay, a Jew person, very strict in his academic discipline, said, "Good, you have identified some gaps in the literature, and you can relate that to why you want to do this study and how you try to address the gap in your study, so you can later on claim that this is a PhD work." Okay, but I think what he said was that, he didn't like to read my review of literature, even though it was edited by a native speaker. He didn't like to read, because he said it's so boring to read review of literature. Why don't you just try to to look at the rather than being descriptive and narrative in nature. Why don't you try to be to have first a questionnaire, create a questionnaire, and survey the article, not survey the people, but survey the research report that you have read. That's what he told me. Why didn't you have a simple questionnaire like what's the title of the article, come next, the authors, the year, and then the methodological attributes or characteristic of that research. Okay, how many respondents included, subjects, not respondent. What's the treatment? How about the instrument used in the study? What's the name of the instrument? What's the reliability level? Why don't you, for each article that you read, okay, get the information from that article to answer your questionnaire? Okay, it's a survey of research reports, and then put it in a table. Okay, put it in a table, and then look also at the other things about the results, the findings. Indicate what level of what's the outcome of the relationship between the intervention and the cognitive. The dependent and independent variable. Why don't you put that properly, like how you did your survey? Okay, and then I'll try that. Alhamdulillah, because of that that guidance, I managed to get that chapter published, and is about as an article. Okay, and then at the same time, my thesis consisted only 4 chapters: 1, 3, 4, 5, minus chapter 2, because they said this can be placed as the appendix. You don't have to put it in your review, but your introduction chapter should summarize the write-up of chapter 2. So that's one of the ways that we can try with our students when they come to us, especially now in this era of no coursework, no taught courses in our doctoral thesis. Get them complete a systematic review of literature, better still, meta-analysis, especially in the area of science-related area, nursing, medicine, even in education, and there's a lot of data in that can be used for systematic review in DBA, in social sciences. So please consider that. Let me try to. Salam, Prof. Can we get different context? And yes, of course. This is correct, Sister Arvia. But we are talking here about methodological gap. Okay, about the country, the culture, the organization. That's good. Okay, so we have the gaps here. And anything before this? Okay, Brother Faiz, give me a few more minutes. I'll come to your. I'll try to address your question. Okay, Faiz, look at this. I hope this partly related to your question just now. Not really the whole answer, but maybe an example of trying to answer your research question. This is, inshallah, to be published very soon. This is the work of a group of 20 lecturers at OSIC. Lecturers who are commissioned, not a commission, were assigned the task to conduct a survey of sejahtera living among IIUM, among warga IIUM. So this is what they have written. I come across this statement in the introduction section. Despite its importance, this is a very important signal that an article may contain statement about gap in literature. Despite it is important in the life of Muslim, there is a paucity of empirical data on sejahtera living. This is just one of the gaps, Brother Dr. Faiz. Banyak lagi gap we can identify. Since a robust scale for measuring sejahtera living is hardly existent, another, subtle gap being stated here. Subtly, okay, a gap being stated here. A robust scale for measuring sejahtera living is hardly in existence. Not much is known. So there's a statement about the underlying structure. Okay, another gap. Where is it? Where's my cursor? Underlying structure and prevalence of sejahtera living among the Muslim. Not much is known. It is only recently. So this is a way I think they try to make it more convincing. It is only recently that an effort to validate a 5-factor measurement model, Maqasid Sharia quality of life, was documented. So meaning that there's a study, but paucity of empirical data, hardly available measuring instrument, questionnaire, and we don't know about the variable here. Okay, where is it? This is substantive. Maybe prevalence also can be considered as substantive. So this one paragraph really giving us a lot of indication that there's gap in the literature. Thus, in the final sentence, thus this study, the one day the 20 people did, this study aimed to address a substantive gap in the area of research. Okay, this is an example that students should be trained to look or to search in the introduction section of chapter 1 or SOP, statement of problem, in chapter 1 of their thesis, okay, or in the first few paragraphs of a research report. They have to study normally, in most cases, we can notice that or try to confirm this, my thinking when you go through this. Look at the first few paragraphs of an article. Most of the time, they talk about the importance of the topic, okay, the importance of the phenomenon, and they relate to studies that have been conducted. Okay, that's the pattern we can see across academic reports, the academic articles. Most of the time, it's about this topic is something very well or thoroughly being studied, something to that effect. They talk about that the topic they are reporting is a very important topic in that area. And then they start using the term despite, however, okay, be that nevertheless, all these are the indicators of gap in literature. The one that I highlight here, despite is important. So maybe they start with A have studied this, Mr. B have studied that, Mr. C have studied that. However, that's an indication that we can tell our student the author or authors are trying to highlight the gap in the literature that they intend to address in this study. Okay, I want to understand whether you understand me or not. Let's you reflect, or you want me to talk more about this, or give you another example. I have many examples. In fact, in most articles that I've read, except for the research related to problem solving, professional research, but for academic research, they will have this. If not, it is not a good research article, because we cannot relate what's the importance of this article to the field of knowledge, theoretically speaking, not in terms of solving problem, but theoretically speaking, what's the contribution. And the contribution will be very clear if the article is trying to address the theoretical gap or even methodological gap in previous studies. Thank you. I have a reaction here. Alhamdulillah, Brother Hafiz. So actually, there's many others. I'm just talking one of the gap here. Many other things that we can consider. If we know that it's related to methodological gap or substantive or theoretical gap. So the way to look at it is, ask student, read my article. If you have an article that talk about the gap, read my article and read only the first 3 paragraphs and identify the gaps. Train them to identify the gaps. That's one of the tricks of the trade that we can share with our students. Let me proceed now with the next. Why it doesn't work anymore? Okay, this is another example. The earlier example is reading the introduction section of an article. By the way, take note. I prefer students to be trained to read research reports. They can look at thesis to understand or to learn about the organization, the formatting. But to really have substance, and even language, they should read research reports. I mean, articles, journal articles. Okay, the one just now in the introduction section of the research report. Now at the end, so it's kind of jumpy. First read the topic, read the abstract, read the first few paragraphs related to SOP, then jump to the end of that article. Okay, limitation. Come under limitation. The usual limitation of online survey apply to right away, indicating methodological gaps of that study, as well as other studies being indicated here. The sample did not have many respondents, so sample size, small sample size can be a gap if all studies or most studies in the past only use 100, 200, or even 300 respondents for a survey. Is a small study. Okay, the study that used one experimental design, a lot of studies still reported in journal that claim to be talking about causal relationship, still talking about effectiveness of an intervention, but focusing on this design, the one group pre-test, post-test design is the weakest design. In fact, to some scholars, it's not even an experiment. There's no design. The sample did not have many respondents from adolescents. Okay, a lot of studies conducted, but most respondents, I don't know, did not have many studies respondents from adolescents and elderly, school educated. I don't know who they studied now. Everybody's included in the in the gap here. It might not be representative of the general population. Okay? Another gap. Okay? However, it may represent people who normally have access to internet. Another gap. Okay, larger samples. Okay, there's the kind of argument that they need larger sample size. There may be larger and more very impact. Okay, so this is another way to train students. First, ask them to read your introduction section, then ask them to read your limitation that you state. A good article should have this to help students to learn about our study. This is another example. Okay, I only received this, I found this a few days ago, published in 2022. Distribution, okay, related to technology adoption. Articles by country. I didn't even read the introduction and the limitation because this is a systematic review. I just browse through. So that's what we can do. We can help our student browse through the pages and see if you can find this kind of tabulation of chart. It's about distribution of technology adoption articles. It's about articles that being reviewed by this educational technology education. I don't know. E stand for what now? ETA. Systematic review. Okay, in a systematic review, recent reviews, they have this kind of thing. Look at this chart. What does it mean? Listed there are countries that included or articles from these countries included in the systematic review, and each block means one article from Azerbaijan, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 articles from Taiwan. UK only one. I think we have Malaysia here. Can you see? Can you see this chart, brothers, sisters, doctors? Only 2 from Malaysia.
Yes, bro.
So if you are not from Malaysia, if the student is from, let's say, Uganda, then they can see right away. No studies conducted in Uganda. That's a gap in the literature. All studies conducted in, maybe even in Malaysia, all studies in Malaysia conducted in Kuala Lumpur. None in Tawau. That's another gap in the literature. But it is evidence-based. When you argue it is a gap, it's here. So you can cite Granic A 2022. Okay, ETA. I think Education Technology Adoption. That's a title. Education Technology Adoption Systematic Review. Okay. All right. I think that's how I learned how to identify gaps, and as well as once the gap is identified, we may address the gap in our research. If we don't address the gap, then tell the student, if you don't intend to address the gap, then it's better not to highlight that in your justification for the study, in your statement of problem. Even though it's a problem, even though there's gap, but you are not going to be concerned. Your study not going to focus on that. So it's not going to your study not going to contribute anything related to that gap. So don't talk about it. If it is approved at proposal level, then proceed. But during a proposal defense, maybe some smart examiner will ask you, why don't you study something which is more important? Rather than this gap, address that gap. Then something else. Okay, so I've shared at least three techniques. The first one is to read the statement of problem, and then the second one to read the limitation, and this one to maybe review, look for systematic review articles. This is another example. Okay. Again, I don't know where if you can classify what type of gap is this. Again, the same person, ETA, systematic review, the same report, percentage distribution of sample type. 62% university, no, yes, 62% university student. Percent. This is a finding reported in a systematic review. Okay, 15%, 15% employees, but look here, 2% not specified, 2% student and employees, and 2% older adults. Okay, maybe the results do not really have any much information about all the adults. So there's a gap there. We don't really know much about all the adults, since among them it can be varied. Some older people are more receptive compared to the others among that age group. So we don't have that variation in our data, and we cannot generalize this finding to all the adults. So this is another example that we can let students or show students how to identify gaps in the literature. Okay, before I go there, we take a short break because I have to take a short break, maybe 5 minutes, Doctor? Doctor Moderator, I have forgotten your name. I'm sorry, Dr. Jihan, is it? Hello? Hello? Nobody can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you,
Prof.
Doctor.
Yes,
I
Okay.
can hear you, Doctor.
Okay,
So
I'm
perhaps
sorry.
we can have a break if the moderator is not there.
Yeah.
Yes, Prof.
I think I believe I'm the youngest here, so I need to take break. so give me 5 minutes, then I'll be back with you.
Sure, sure.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear
Waalaikumsalam,
me?
Prof.
My
Yes, Prof.
apology. Okay.
It's okay. Prof,
Yes, please.
may I request Prof open your video, Prof? Open your
Is it
camera.
closed? I don't notice that. Where to open it? Where to look?
Open the camera.
How you want to record my janggut?
Okay.
Okay, where is it? Okay, I hope it's here. Can you see me now?
Yes, Prof.
Now nampak ya?
Nampak, Prof. Clear.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Okay, any questions so far? Tak ada. Semua tak faham lah tu, tak apalah. Biasalah, that's the work of an old professor. That is to make people to confuse people. Okay. I think to reflect, what have we covered so far? Can you share that with me? What have you learned or unlearned so far? Anything that confuse you? Anybody would like to share, please? Before I proceed. Ni kalau face to face much better because I can really, focus and emphasize. Is there anything new that you've come across today? I don't think so, but because it's just some sort of recap what you have experienced and learned so far. Okay, you remember I stated just now that when I did my PhD, my supervisor, very popular person, well-known psychologist and chief editor of the American International, Journal of Experimental Education. In education, he was a forerunner of this research methodology. So he expected me to come out with this. This is a better example. We recently, my group recently, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, published this meta-analysis. And this what is expected. Students create this table, this kind of table. This will really give a wonderful evidence for gaps in literature. So to start with, ask students to do a survey. Create a questionnaire that contains the name, the title of the study, and authors. That's column 1. The sample used in the sample size used in that study. That's column 2. Column 3, year of publication, and then the research design, and then the level, and then the culture where the study was conducted, and the results. Just that. With that, so many gaps can be identified. That's what I'm going to demonstrate to you. But just look at the first one. Try to understand the information gathered from the questionnaire. Study by Chow et al. 2016 with the sample size of 408. By the way, the name of the study is The Effect of Training on Teacher Teaching Efficacy. Okay, this is a testing a causal relationship, which calls for, most of the time, call for an experimental design. But there are studies that use correlational causality design. So this is how the review was conducted, and from the review, from reading the review, as I've stated just now, gaps can be identified easily. So in the questionnaire must have all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 information to be captured from articles which are related to this thing, that is training and teacher efficacy. So Chow 2016 conducted, I think, a study with 408 respondents. That's the year. Design typos level. Teachers, they surveyed, this study by Chow surveyed primary and secondary school teachers in, I think, Hong Kong, it must be in Hong Kong. And the result, significant relationship between training and teacher efficacy. So they concluded that training positively influenced teachers' self-efficacy or teachers' self-efficacy, teachers' teaching efficacy. So it goes all to all this, I think, about, about 30 over research and just last night, a colleague tried to clarify, tried to confirm her belief that this design, pre-post design, whether or not it fulfill the requirements for an experimental research. Okay, the criteria for experimental research. So that's the design. Is one group pre-test, post-test design. Okay, so of course, some people may claim that they have some intervention, and the one shared by my colleague last night was about, I think it's about anxiety during COVID-19 lockdown period, whether through the online intervention with a group of about, I think, 200 students, there's an improve in terms of the getting lower level of anxiety. So this the output of the review that we can get our students trained and completed for their doctoral thesis or even master thesis if we could. By the way, some of my colleagues have this concern. Why should we have this table in chapter 2? So think about it. Should we or shouldn't we have this tabulation, this kind of presentation in chapter on review of literature? Okay, I don't want to answer that. You may justify yourself. Alhamdulillah. Now I know the trick on how to read an article efficiently. Okay, thank you. So try that first. See whether it works with your student. It works with mine most of the time, even for the undergraduate student. Okay, is there any difference in standard level of gap in knowledge? Okay, I think the standard is dichotomous, where there's a gap or there's no gap, and the level of gaps, whether it's very high or low, I'm yet to come across any documentation on that. However, if it is convincing, meaning with evidence, then it is, a justified argument that there's a gap. And we have to understand whether it is methodological gap or theoretical gap. Okay, now let's get back to this. The first one is pre-post design. To some researchers, it's not really an experimental design. But the next two, we have experiment, survey, and pre-post again. One group pre-test, post-test design, and then down there we have the experiment. Okay, let me try to move this now if I can. Okay, now by having this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columns, okay, student now can present their review in the form systematically by having paragraphs of information across. Each paragraph will talk about one column rather than narrative description of the previous research by rows. So the discussion will be based on variables, not the authors, but by variables, from the number of research report until the results, rather than what Chow did in 2016, what's his sample size, what was the design, and what's the finding, where it was conducted. And then you go to the next paragraph by Azhar. That's what most narrative research will do. So here it'll be more challenging. It'll be more interesting. In fact, easier to compare and contrast. For instance, can you identify the number? Can you how many research reported here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. What we can see here, just 26 articles tabulated here. And look at the first one. Okay, look at the first one. We can see the end. It varies from as low as 11. Okay, 11 subjects here. I don't know why it doesn't work. Okay, up to 777. Okay, and you can further scrutinize this. Okay, I mean the student, not you. This according to the design. In basically, as we all know, experimental design will use a smaller sample size. Okay, the number of subjects will be smaller than the number of respondents for a survey method. So that's one point. I don't know what gap we can highlight here. Second column, column rather, the year it was being published seems to be quite almost every other year. There's an article that reported this topic, relationship between training and teacher efficacy, almost every other year. We can see the earliest being in 2001. Okay, now I remember this. Okay, 001, 21 years ago, 21 years ago. Okay, and then the most current is 2016. Okay, this paper was published, I think, in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Then the design, we have pre-post, there is one group. Pre-test, post-test, experimental design can be quasi-experiment, it can be true experiment, factorial design, what it takes, survey, pre-post, experiment. So from here, what can the student highlight? Okay, even though there are more than 20 studies here, okay, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 26 studies were based on experimental design. The best design to claim causal relationship. So even though there's a lot of information about significant relationship, maybe only less than 40% really substantial in terms of providing evidence of causal relationship. So that's one thing from this column that student can highlight. There is a gap. Not much actually being known about the effects of training on teacher efficacy. Go to the third column. The next column, level. Okay, level here. By the way, PS stand for primary school teachers and secondary school teachers. PS, primary and secondary teachers. Then primary is just primary teachers, secondary school teachers, primary next group, primary and secondary school teachers, primary. Okay. Right away, if you are alert to this, you can notice there's one big gap in the literature in previous research. None of this study examine the relationship between training and lecturers' efficacy, unless you don't want to consider lecturers as teachers. But basically, I think, I'm not sure, I believe lecturers are teachers too, at a different level. So we have this concern here, big gap, huge gap. All studies conducted at school level, none at tertiary education among the lecturers. So because of this gap, and because lecturers are teachers who are supposed to be leaders for teachers, they should be studied. And my research now for the student is going to examine effect of training on teachers' efficacy, effect of supervision training on teachers' efficacy, for instance. I don't know if you can understand what I'm trying to share.
Understand, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, so we work along the column, no longer along the row. That's what helps to identify gaps. Look at this here. Okay, while few of the reported findings or studies conducted in Asian countries, the rest in the Western or English-speaking culture, okay, none in the Middle East, none in in Africa. So I've told my student, I'm telling my student now, if you are from Africa, there's a big gap now. We don't know anything about the effect of training on teachers' efficacy in Africa, because teacher efficacy is now an indicator of teachers' effectiveness and therefore quality of education in Africa is hardly known, because we don't have that indicator in previous research. So at least two gaps. Both level and culture seems to be methodological gaps. And finally, the results. SIG stand for significant relationship, positive. NS mean not significant. Now, can we see we have scattered NS and quite a lot of SIG along the column, meaning that these 26 research reports that we are having with us right now, we have mixed signals. Some say the relationship seems to be significant. Others seems to be no significant. So there's a gap in understanding because the findings is not conclusive. That's another gap. So this is one way that we can really help our students to think critically and decide whether there's evidence for gap and what the gap is. That's why I believe this is a very good technique, especially if we have this full research doctoral students with us, if you supervise. It's I think an excellent technique to identify gaps and the literature. Then we can say that we are going to address this gap in this study, and therefore it's going to be a novel contribution to theory and educational practices. Wallahu a'lam. Question, reaction, please.
Prof,
Yes.
Sorry, proceed.
Fatima here. Can I say that there is no study or limited study on doing qualitative by means interview?
Exactly. Alhamdulillah. Some of these things, like what we have seen just now. Okay. Why no studies conducted? I mean, I'm not sure. Why some studies use even this end? Okay. Why these studies were survey studies use a very wide range of sample size. Okay, from very small survey, just 140. I think this is no, only 55 here for the survey. But the survey that use 779 responded. Why? Maybe we cannot answer that quantitatively. We don't have the summary unless you know the statistical formula for that. But you can always dig into the same document and find out the justification for this 55. Why only 55? Okay, this sound more like document analysis, or some people say it's in the realm of qualitative inquiry. And why is this study very big? And even for pre-post, why this pre-post, the first one, I cannot see now, and even here down here, why the so-called experimental design require large number of subjects, 450 and 408 up there. So you may say there's gap in the literature. We don't know about the variation in sample size. Or even larger, exactly what you have said, all studies about these two variables being examined quantitatively in previous study. There's no qualitative approach to understand deeper about the meaning of teacher efficacy, for instance. So yes, you can argue based on this documentation, you can argue that there is a need for quantitative study. I'm sorry, for qualitative study. Okay, thank you for that question, Doctor. Any other question?
Sorry, Prof, just wondering, for example, in the thesis, right, students, can we say that there is no limit, there is no study, or we need to say that there is a limited study, or to the best of the research knowledge? Because sometimes students tend to say there is no study. Is it okay
Yes.
like that?
That's a big claim. And one of my students used to claim this: no study under the sun that ever talk about this topic. Okay, then it's a big claim. But with the caveat of the phrase "to my knowledge." So indirectly, the supervisor is being challenged. If you argue against his claim, being challenged to say there are other studies. Okay. One of the ways is that for students to say, even though there's no study that examine these variables, they are somewhat similar variables. That actually we cannot start a research work with nothing within a vacuum. Must be related to something. Okay, the study must have been examined using maybe different names of the variables, different concept words, but the essence, the contents of the data still reflect things that have been done. For instance, this word, what I can recall right away, this word self-efficacy. Okay, actually is related to something more commonly known among us, that is teachers' confidence. So maybe when they started with this, somebody might have claimed there's no study examines teachers' efficacy, but the essence of teachers' efficacy is confidence and conviction. That's another addition. So maybe what they have to relate, a lot of studies conducted on teachers' confidence. Okay, can cite a few, but nothing use the term, no study use the term efficacy. Okay, efficacy is slightly different from confidence. So that's how to argue for the gap in the definition of the terms, for instance, or the name of the variables that they use. Is not a good practice to make a big claim. No studies at all that examine this topic. It's not a big, because we are trying to position our research in the field of knowledge. We cannot stand alone. So we are contributing something. That's the humble humility of a researcher that is trying to put yourself among the people in the same field, not someone from, not an alien. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, how much time do we have? I think I just want, okay, we are almost there. Let me go to the next slide. Okay, you remember this just now? Maybe they can start with this, with a theory. So they start with an existing theory, not theory, maybe model, or maybe just well-established relationship between two variables, maybe that. Okay, identify that first, like what we did just now, this technology acceptance model, 1989 by Davis. Okay, there are 4 variables. It's very intention, niat influence use. And that's what we believe in. Even though it's not a perfect relationship, there should be causal. If you have the niat, then you'll do it. So that's the then identify the gaps by looking at all articles on this. And in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, I've come across this article. Okay, if student can get all of this, we can just use this kind of tabulation to argue for gaps in literature. The first few columns, study up there, study, sample size, study type, country, subject type, system type. Subject type means the type of respondent. System type, I mean the technology they were focusing on. Independent variable. Okay, and then sample size again, study type. Look at the first column here, country. And in the literature, look along the column, scroll down. Can you see a gap in the literature? Definitely. All studies reported were conducted in the USA only. Okay, so can we, so the student can argue, can we generalize the findings in the USA culture to other part of the world? Okay, that's in 2010. And then subject type. Okay, maybe the student can have a focus. Okay, the subject type, maybe the student can consider that they want or they have the intention of studying students and lecturers of IIUM in the Islamic culture. But none of this is having that characteristic here. None of the previous studies have the students of that and lecturers of that culture or subject. So that can be another argument, another justification. And provide or refer to this report. So you can say that in this meta-analysis, Davis and mentioned that most studies were conducted, or this article was published by Yusuf Zai in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. Yusuf Zai argued that, what's that? Argued that the study mainly conducted in the USA. Now, dependent variable, okay, intention. So this study by Davis, with 107 respondent, time 1, is only focused on intention, not. Okay, that's the final variable, the dependent variable, intention. So use was not included. Self-reported use, self-reported use, self-reported use, and across down the line, we can see that everything is about either intention or self-reported use. And none of the study really use actual use. Okay, actual use was not studied. And if you remember what I've shared earlier, that it's a very, a loose kind of conception of use of technology, use of communication technology, just based on unidimensional construct. That is reported use of technology, reported use of word processor, for instance, reported use of Harvard graphic. It does not relate to the 3 or 4 or 5 sub-dimension of use. Communication, use for communication, office, a special purpose is not there. So that can be one gap in the literature. All right. And the last few columns, it seems to be complicated and sophisticated, but it is easy. Look at the first column related to the model. Students can do this. Okay, a group of lecturers can do this. You, I, and then arrow towards you. I here, arrow here, toward use. So they have to look at each report and see whether this has been studied, yes or no. So, no. The first article here say no. The second article say yes, it has been studied and significant. That's what you mean. Yes mean it has been studied and there's significant relationship. How many yes do we have here? Children, how many yes do we have here? 1, 2, 3. Yes. 3 out of, I don't know how many studies listed here, only 3 that examine this relationship. It's about relationship, okay, and which is a very substantive, gap. There is relationship between or relationship of the effect of intention on use, even though Davis conceptualized it to be important in technology acceptance, but only 3 studies examine that. Okay, the rest they did not examine; they just take for granted, and intention now become the proxy, the closest proxy of use. Look at the second column. Attitude. This is another thing which is not in the model. Maybe here, the third column. PU and affecting you. Yeah, PU affecting you. The relationship. We look here, quite a number of studies. And we have found yes, 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 and then 1 NS, not significant, not significant. Okay, so we have quite a number of studies, and most of them seems to be having a positive relationship, most of the relationship. And we can go to each one and add new variables which are not in Davis model, Davis Tam model. For example, this one just now, the one we skipped, that is the relationship between this relationship, not in Davis model, but it is in the tree of reason action. So, brothers and sisters, this is the tricks of the trade that we can share with our students to help them to be more critical, more systematic in identifying, in addressing, and in arguing for the gap of literature and therefore the contribution of their PhD work substantively. So in my final words, we start with this, make sure they have a topic, make sure they know the variables and the construct of interest in the topic, or they can keep on adding to that, and then ask them to read the research report to confirm the variables, whether the same variables that they have in the topic are there in the abstract. If not, just take that, ignore that article, and then ask them to read SOP, the findings, the results, especially results and findings of meta-analysis, limitation, and then find the existing SLR, systematic literature review, and apply, create their own meta-analysis. To me, the best thing that students may be able to do, maybe, I think at most 2 semesters to have this SLR at least, without meta-analysis, just a systematic review. And the whole thing is they need to work strategically in identifying gaps in the literature. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have 5 minutes, brothers and sisters. Any questions, comments? One, two, three.
Thank
Alhamdulillah.
you, Prof.
Alhamdulillah. So forgive my shortcomings and may Allah bless you all. Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Professor Arif, for a very fruitful discussion, fruitful information to us. So inshallah, we are going to move to our next agenda topic on how to guide students to write a literature review and how to diagnose students' learning needs. So with that, without further delay, I would like to invite our honorable guest speaker, Prof. Datin Dr. Rosina Othman from Kuliah KICT. Welcome, Prof. The floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me, okay, to this session. So inshallah, we will look at how we are going to guide students, okay, to write a literature review, okay, that have a gold standard. Okay, so let me share. I hope you can see my slide. Yes?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, so myself, okay, I'm heading the Semantic Body of Knowledge and Technology Research Unit at the university, and we have done several workshops, okay, including guiding students how to do the literature review, and also several techniques, okay, that support the writings, okay, and also the publication of review papers, okay. All right, so as I mentioned earlier, okay, it is all about the gold standard, okay, the gold standard. So even for the literature review, okay, we have such a standard in which we need to follow as close as possible. It is nice to have 100% compliant or alignment, okay, to that gold standard, but it is best that we follow as close as possible, okay, and then make adjustment to whatever is necessary, okay. And this should also be understood by supervisors, okay, because we need to make sure that the student understand, okay, the quality work, okay, that we need them to produce. So when we say the word quality work, okay, it means that it should be it must be of a publishable quality. Okay, with regard to the gold standard, okay, we want to make sure that our student and even ourselves making sure that the literature review has a high degree of reliability. Okay, so because we are reviewing the work of others, okay, in relation to the work of our student. Okay, so we need to guide them to make sure that they really understand the evidence or the papers in this case, and also the previous research works or the existing research works, and then they review it appropriately. And even though this is secondary data, okay, but the degree of reliability must be high, okay, because we do not want later on, okay, at any point, okay, where the examiners, okay, or our peer colleagues, okay, our peer reviewers, okay, say that they have doubt, okay, in that review paper. So at the same time, okay, it is a gold standard that we want to maximize transparency, okay. So we need to explain to our students that they have to be transparent, being transparent to us, okay. And they must have objectivity and repeatability, okay. So this is the minimum description or requirement for a gold standard in literature review. So let me go through the minimum level or the minimum requirement, and at the same time it is quite broad, okay, and it depends on the topics of the thesis, okay, that we supervise. We need to make some adjustment or we follow the norms and the practices in our own field, okay. But this should be the first level that we should ask our student to meet. So for example, okay, it begins with the research question or questions, okay. On some topic, it is best to have only one very clear research questions that can summarize the whole thesis. So for example, there have been one case with us, when the student is required, we ask the student to phrase the research questions, just one, in one sentence. That means it's only 15 words about the whole thesis, and then later on convert it to the title of the thesis. So this is what we did before. So phrase it as a question. So if, let's say, our student is not sure what we meant, then maybe we search for them, or we give a sample to them, or let them search for journal articles with the title in a question format. And they will learn from them. Some of the questions even don't have a question mark because it's a title, but it is considered as one single question to represent the whole thesis or the whole research work. So there are many samples there. In fact, we did once, and it was a good paper, and it is a result of a literature review according to the gold standard, because we did the systematic literature review. So it was a success, and my student has received his citation for that. The next one is the inclusion and exclusion. What types of studies? Normally student would say that they will say that they don't have access to certain publications. So normally we ask them to write first, get a confirmation to the author. But some cases where the authors are already, they already left this world, they passed away, and we said that, okay, then you should write to the editor. So the editor will help the student to somehow to get access to, or at least to get the view of it, and see whether it is relevant or not, and then see if we can purchase that article. So it depends on the scope of the work that the student has done, because we cannot just simply accept the student said that I don't have access to it. And then as much as possible, we try to avoid materials that are like 90% in another language that our student does not understand. So couldn't read, that relies so much on the translation. So it's like, if the student wants to say no, then justify it to us. So this is what we did, because we like to achieve the gold standard. Because I think this has been mentioned somewhere by another speaker, perhaps, maybe. So what happened is that each of the thesis, milestone of the thesis, there's always a publication. So the literature review, when it meet the gold standard, then it can be published. And of course, there are certain issues that we need to settle, for example, the authorship issues, etc., which we will see later. So that with regard to the types of studies, in one of the slides I will share some of the items or materials that we would like to see the student to refer to. And then result synthesis, yes. So we can do combine and compile, or compile and combine. Normally it will go compile first and then combine. And then the discussion, anomalies or patterns, and then the contradictions or agreements. So when we go for the gold standard, then we can see there is an anomaly or patterns in the data later on. Even in the write-up of chapter 2. So that's why we want the student in a way to be transparent, so that we can see that anomaly and we can prepare the student. Prepare the student to defend during the viva, and also to defend their work at any platform, such as conferences, colloquium, etc. Because sooner or later, maybe during our supervision, they will already in the circle of experts and also people deserve a high scholarship. And then contradictions or agreements. Okay, contradictions or agreements. So we really need to have them to be prepared. Okay, what kind of contradictions there is, and therefore it cannot be always the positive or the supportive article that they need to review. So in terms of the gold standard also, okay, we want to make sure that the student really has no room. I mean, they're not creating any room for confusion among readers. So it starts with the exam with the supervisors. So if the supervisor could not make sense of chapter 2, for example, or state of the art review or systematic literature review of the student, okay, if they were to be published as an article, then most likely it will not also be understood by the peer reviewers and also by the examiners. Okay, so therefore they need to make sure that the supervisor, are very clear of what they are writing. Okay, and then normally the gold standard, yes, it has the best chance of acceptance. Yeah. So we remember we have one paper. It is the work of the student. We are the co-authors, and it's very easily published. And of course, there are corrections. Okay, and there are many questions, in fact, and we valued those questions from the reviewers. And it got accepted before we responded to the comments. Okay, however, there are many comments that we need to respond to, but the thing is that they are very good criticism, and alhamdulillah we managed to respond to that, and we got several praises. Okay, from the colleagues of our circle. So just to say that the gold standard is kind of a guarantee that the work will be highly recognized, okay, and they will be receiving citations if that's what we are looking for. Okay, that means that those citations will add to the thesis work of our students. And then it will also give, okay, because it's a gold standard, it will say what are the limitations, so the strengths and weaknesses of included studies, and then impact on the review results. Okay, so we need to be very clear. So normally I would ask my student to be very frank with me, okay, and there are times in which they have, during their presentation in front of us, the supervisory committee, we want the student to share with us those documents to make sure that, just a sample, just to make sure that they correctly review on it, because we do not want them to be on the wrong track, okay, in reviewing. Anticipation, yes. So by meeting the gold standard, then the student will know the possible criticism that could come up about the work during the viva or during the proposal defense. Methodological approach, yes. Okay, because we have the software, we have the tools, so we can use them. Okay, they are not considered as plagiarizing, okay, or outsourcing, okay, but it's more of analyzing, and it need to be used the same way as we use SPSS, etc. So what we want the student to do is to focus on adding the real value. So we need to guide the student to, as much as possible, follow the gold standard. So the systematic literature review actually, okay, has been widely accepted as the gold standard for literature review. So normally it's best that we ask them to do systematic literature review, but if, let's say, they have difficulty for whatever reason that they can't continue the systematic literature review, then the best way is that to start with it, and then after that to integrate, okay, with other literature review. So for the gold standard of evidence, okay, we have the dual screening. Okay, so that means the student will do the screening and we, the supervisors, can also do the screening. Okay, so helping the students. So there are softwares, okay, to do that. For example, like Covidence, okay, and some others, okay, that we can help the students. So that means it is very transparent. Who said yes, who said no, in terms of inclusion or exclusion of the article. And then we really help the student again to meet the gold standard, and in a way it is automatically transparent. So Covidence is one example, okay, of a good software. Of course, the first level of the screening, filtering, it is free, okay. But then on the higher level, okay, the extraction, that would be having some subscription. And then we can also go for selection bias, especially when the topic has many dimensions, okay, has many views, okay. So it's best that there is another person, at least one person, that means the supervisor, the main supervisor, or any of the member from the supervisory committee will help to do the screening, and therefore selection bias will not be there, okay, in a high percent, okay, or more on the obvious. So in our case, we have a student, okay, with due respect that, you know, we need to include the Arabic sources, okay, meaning the articles in the Arabic language. So therefore, we have a member in the supervisory committee, somebody who is well versed, okay, of course, in the Arabic language, and also in the domain. I mean, geographically, it is in the Middle East. So this is to help the student and also the work. And of course, we would like to get, you know, to be recognized as a credible research. And then, okay, the nature of the evidence, okay, is normally collaborative, okay, because we do the dual screening. So the evidence are being reviewed collaboratively. So I would recommend Covidence and other similar software. So for the dual screening, okay, we can mitigate the risk of bias, and then relevant articles are not omitted, especially when it is interdisciplinary or, you know, transdisciplinary topics. Okay, so we will make sure that no articles are being omitted, because those topics especially cannot be handled by one supervisor only, or the main supervisor only. As for the selection bias, okay, we make sure that it is representative of the evidence base. Okay, so for example, if the student is using a mixed method, okay, and then we can have somebody from the qualitative, okay, because the intention is to produce a data, okay, coming from a solid or refinement, okay, of the technique and the methodology, for example. So therefore, we can have someone in the committee good in the qualitative and then quantitative, and another one is perhaps conceptual, okay, or more on the theoretical part, okay, or it can be the triangulation, okay. So since it is a methodology paper or thesis, okay, for example, like bibliometrics or Delphi method, okay, for example, refining them, okay. So we need to have those articles, okay, representative of that three methods, for example, okay, to make sure that nothing is left out, okay, from that thesis. And as I mentioned earlier, this is particularly obvious when it is about refinement and also upgrading certain techniques, okay, or upscaling. And then we can also have some, let's say, they're going to do some disruptive technology, okay. So these are really needed evidence base, because the tendency is to have a bias towards one direction. It's either no or yes, okay, to that particular, to the previous works, okay. Shared understanding of what is applicable to review, yes, okay. So normally we will have a shared understanding, okay, and we normally go, okay, for what we agreed upon. So when it comes to gold standard literature review, so normally we are very strict, okay, we go by what we agree, and then we have the students to alert us, okay, if let's say they have some issues, okay, and then they will alert us, and then we will look into the issues, and then we make adjustment as possible. But so far in our case, we never drop the systematic literature review for whatever reasons, such as access, etc. But we managed to continue it, okay, with another, combining it with another types of literature review. It is collaborative, yes, expertise of research, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, we have those papers, okay, even if we have only one, even if we are the only supervisor to that student, the main supervisor of that student, and the only one, and then those topics, okay, really our area, really our expertise, but from the literature review, because it is a gold standard, okay, compliant, so you will have expertise, okay, from all those published works, okay, to help our student. And of course, students are allowed to contact the authors for clarification, but it must be made known to us, to the supervisor. Strengths of the members, yes, okay, it goes with that, okay, if it is a supervisory committee. So that's why I really encourage that we participate in the dual screening when it comes to systematic literature review, so that we maintain the gold standard. So we have many cases when the student, when we examine student, the student said that they are doing systematic literature review, but actually they did not. Okay, they did not. So normally as examiners, we don't like to fail the student unless it is necessary. We will recommend that they do it properly, beginning with the screening and also the keywords. We make sure that even the keywords that our student used, okay, did not have any selection bias. All right, so with regard to the question, okay, we use close-ended questions. So this is where I like to say is my practice since my PhD years, that I like to continue what my supervisor, has advised me, that do a 100 question. Okay, so I remember in one of the workshops, someone asked me, do you really have that 100 questions? Yes, I do have that 100 question. And, sometimes adding, sometimes deleting. So I have the habit of keeping it to 100 questions. So yes, for the literature review, we ask the student to use close-ended questions when they review those papers. Okay, when they review those papers. So it cannot be open-ended, because open-ended then is going to lead into subjectivity, not objectivity. Validate data at the point of entry. So the moment the article is being reviewed or screened here, then we need to validate the data to make sure that even the data that comes together with the article is valid and credible. And then manage hierarchical repeating data sets efficiently. So we make sure that, because there are articles that actually written by the same authors, okay, and then they have a different discussions, but the data are quite similar. So it's just that the findings, okay, the findings have been re-examined and then rewritten towards a different objective and direction. So we need to manage, okay, those articles hierarchically. Okay, that means this data first, and then the article is the second one. Okay, not really high in the hierarchical level. So this should be, because the students are new, okay, new to research. So none of our students, okay, know about how to do this. So we need to really guide them. So we cannot have, for example, in literature review, we have, for example, this group of authors, and then 1979 A maybe, and then after that we have another one, 1979 B. Okay, so it was like, the A is much later than the B. Okay, so therefore we want to make sure that when it is written in chapter 2, the student wrote it hierarchically or chronologically. Okay, so it depends on the structure of the thesis. And then it should be standardized for reuse. Okay, for the approaches, I took it from Snyder, okay, and 2019, okay. So approaches to literature review. So this is where it depends, okay, where it depends whether we want our student to do it as chapter 2 only, okay, or as a publishable article, okay, with a smaller scope, of course. All right, so it depends, and then we can do some adjustment to these approaches. So for example, we can do for a typical purpose, okay, and we just synthesize and compare evidence. So this is SLR, systematically. Semi-systematically, normally it is SOTA, or state-of-the-art review. So that means we just select whatever era or area or period of time, okay, just to cover. So normally in IT, we have this quite common, okay, for our IT students thesis, okay, so meaning that we will just take, for example, like cryptocurrencies, okay, so we just cover cryptocurrencies as what, okay, as disruptive technology, okay, then we will go for that particular development. Integrative critical review, okay, so this is very nice, okay, especially if we would like to venture on the higher level of Islamization, so we can do critique and synthesize, okay. So I must say, okay, I highly encourage this. I highly encourage that we as supervisors encourage the student to do this, okay, to some extent, because when we're doing a critique and synthesize, so the value is very high, and we are really, it really challenge our objectivity skill, okay, trying to be, and also perspective, okay, and it also really convince, okay, our evidence, okay, of saying that this is a real problem, okay, not just simply synthesize and compare evidence, but this is still has an important value. If we have our student complete this, then meet the gold standard, then it is still fine, okay. Research questions, I said, yes, I said earlier, specific, okay. And then we have the semi-systematic, we go for broad, for the SOTA, okay, broad, and then narrow or broad. So it can be either direction. Search strategy, systematically, and then it may or may not be systematic. It depends on the development, okay. For example, for SOTA especially, we have many questions, okay. And then after that, we can somehow pose the questions to the student, and then together with the student, we can screen. Yeah, so the student can get the help of any experts, okay, to screen the search strategy. If let's say certain keywords are being missed, and integrative usually not systematic. Okay, so it depends on as the data comes in. Okay, as the review comes in. Sample characteristics, quantitative articles, research articles, books, and other published texts. So that's why I really very much like this. Okay, all three of them actually have the gold standard, as long as it is being done minimally like this. Analysis and evaluation, we go for quantitative, and then for the semi-systematic, we can go for both and qualitative. So it's nice that if we share this with our student, it's good that we have a session with the student, and the student, or maybe we can send the student to a workshop in which we provide them samples, okay, with regard to our particular expertise and also domain, and also of course the domain of the thesis of the student. So the contribution, okay, effect, okay, so if let's say we want the students to do SLR, then make sure there's evidence of effect there, okay. So we can ask the student to use this, okay, the contribution, when they reviewed the paper. All right, so these are some samples, okay. Of course, it's just for the purpose of today's workshop, okay, and everyone is free to offer their own, okay, for the student, or even our own paper, okay, for the student to look at. So even though they are quite old, okay, but I like the paper who has cited these authors, okay, because it really good samples that still stand today, okay. So we have these authors, Burmester and Leary, and it is in psychology, and normally they will do narrative review, okay. So that means if there is anything left out from the review, there's some space, okay, to be added later as the thesis progress, okay. So if the student go for the narrative review because it's a psychology discipline, so we need to really ask the student to always remember the reasons. Okay, what's the reason? So never lose the direction. Okay, never lose the direction. So I have seen some supervisors, okay, what they did is that they do a table, okay, and have the reasons and somehow gist or themes of the narrative review, and then always update it. So they did it in Google Drive as a Google Doc, and then every time the student will upload, okay, the review, just the gist, 1 or 2 sentences, and then the supervisor will monitor, making sure that the reasons are there, okay, and the students are on the right track. And then they discussed, okay, the common mistake for conducting a review, okay, because in narrative, okay, sometimes we tend to go beyond the narrations, the academic or the thesis narrations, okay. So we should not let ourselves as the supervisor and also the student to go beyond what is beyond the focus, okay, of the thesis. Sometimes the student got overexcited, and sometimes the supervisors too, okay. Especially when the data or the research work involve diaries, okay, diaries. So they tend to somehow have their own diaries in the thesis, okay, in chapter 2. And then we have management, we have the systematic review. So they has compares management and healthcare research, and then they go for the challenges. And then for Toraco, human resource integrative review, this is the critical review that I've mentioned in the previous slides. Okay, they provide guidelines and examples for integrative literature review. So as far as I know, as of early this year, many supervisors, regardless of countries, they like to go for integrative review or critical review. And then the rest, okay, are some more samples. Okay, so this is what I promise you, the 100 questions selectively, okay. Some developed by myself, some will come from others, okay. So it's a compilation in Excel sheet, okay. And then every time I can just distribute it to the student, some part of it, and then the student will look into it, and then they will work on it, and then say which one they can meet, which one they couldn't, and then I will rephrase or replace those questions. So this one comes from another work I have cited somewhere, okay. Is this review needed, and what is the contribution of conducting this review? Okay, so sometimes we have to really be careful because there is already a review, okay, and the student is kind of in a way doing it, okay, or reinventing the review, and because the student have done that, and to some extent they have added some values, so therefore we convert that into umbrella review, okay. So we say, okay, we will not repeat what others have done. After all, it's like 80% confirmation in the review, so they said the same thing as you are saying now, so therefore change it to umbrella review, okay. And now on top of that, okay, the student, in this case our student, must look into what else is needed, okay, what else is needed. So we want them to do more, okay, and it must surpass the umbrella review. So what is the potential audience of this review? So in this case, of course, the examiners and the circle of scholars, okay. So we make sure that they really review it, okay, at least, at least like 25% of the gold standard, okay, in the first round. And after that, after they have been trained, then they need to make sure that they go for the gold standard, because the gold standard will definitely represent the potential audience. It's just that the way the arguments, it must meet the circle of experts or the circle of examiners. What is the specific purpose and research questions? What is an appropriate method? Okay. And then what is the search strategy? So this one is very important question because normally supervisors or examiners will ask, if I use this technique, will I get the same answer? And then if, let's say, our student said no, okay, and the examiner will ask what probably would be the data that this method will get, okay, will gather. So that's why the students will definitely say no, because they want to make sure that the method that they select is the best. Okay, so that's why I normally make sure that my student will do this during the literature review time. What is the search strategy? Okay, and then the conduct, does the search plan develop in the design phase work to produce an appropriate sample? Okay, so normally when they have the topic already, and I said, who will be your sample? Okay, who will be your respondents? Okay, who will be your experts? Okay, so I will ask that questions already. Okay, because I really couldn't afford, to have supervised someone and then suddenly there was a mistake somewhere and then they have to do it all over again. Okay, maybe starting from halfway of chapter 2. So what is the practical plan? Yes, so I say, okay, you're going to gather that data from that institutions, or you're going to do a Delphi method, or you're going to do some focus group. So who are these people? Okay, so is that people busy? Okay, so I even ask to that extent, because the focus group, they have to be there together. Okay, so I really want them to be practical. Okay, how will the search process and selection be documented? How will it qualify for the analysis? What types of information? So, and then what type of information needed? How will reviewers be trained to ensure the quality of this process? So normally before we do the dual screening with our student, we will make sure that we understand what exactly the student is doing so that we select the right articles for them. Okay. And then how will the process be documented? So normally for systematic literature review, we will go for Prisma. Okay. And then on top of that, we will do the technique that we use in our domain. And then of course, the structure, for example, what information needs to be included in the review. Okay, so that we don't want the student after reviewing and then we say that's not enough and then go back. That's very difficult because the one that they have to go back might not be there in other articles. Okay, so we need to have that much earlier. So here I will just do selectively. Okay, the one that really need to be seriously considered. Okay, when supervising the student, are the methodology and the search strategy clearly and transparently described and motivated. Okay, so we want them to tell us, the students to tell us search terms, databases, the explicit inclusion and exclusion, okay, and why. As for the conduct, okay, has there been proper measures, okay, to make sure that the works that they have reviewed are of high quality? So in one case, we say no, okay, 100% no to opinion papers, even though that person who expressed the opinion could be somebody prominent, okay, or a figure in the field, but our student can use that statement in chapter 1, but not in the review. And then for the analysis, okay, is the analysis process properly described and transparent? Okay, and then the structure, does the article synthesize the findings of the literature review into a clear and valuable contribution to the topic? So we want to make sure that the student is on the right track, okay, it's not diverted, okay, so therefore we make sure that there's a structure to that, allowing them to write a clear and valuable contribution to their work. So the broad research goal, okay, we have here, okay, specific review question. So we have here, for example, if the review, for example, the critical review, in order to meet the gold standard, and the purpose is, the goal is to have problem solving. So we need to know, what do we need to know about the causes of the problem to make progress, okay? So normally we will use a sample, okay, of the apps, you know, to help mothers, okay, to make sure that their baby sleep, okay, at night. All right. So we need to see what exactly has happened that trigger the development and commercialization of such apps, okay, sleep apps for babies, okay. So therefore, okay, we can understand what is the problem and what problem solving has been done, okay. And here, this is where we can somehow manage, okay, the excitement level of the student, because sometimes students are overconfident, overexcited. So we make sure that somehow we keep their energy to the right level. Okay, so yes, we understand the student is very excited. We are excited too, but we want this to be evidence-based. Okay, so therefore, if the student is excited about the sleep apps, okay, for the babies, and we want to know what exactly it is in terms of problem solving, in terms of the purpose, and what has it contributed to, and all the stories about it. And therefore we say, okay, you're going to go for the gold standard of state-of-the-art review. Filling the gap, okay, normally we say look at the theories, okay, the students need to look at the theories, where to look for answers, how to interpret findings, okay, and how to conduct analysis, because it's all about filling the gap, okay. If they can't answer this, the student cannot answer this in their literature review, then forget about the intention to fill in the gap, because gap cannot be just simply one research and then you can cover the gap, okay. It needs to be really strongly justified. Evaluation, okay. This also will require credible criteria because nobody likes their work to be evaluated, okay. And normally we have a credible way to do that. For example, in one of our papers, data, okay, has been evaluated through comparison, and then they took each one of us, okay, as a benchmark, and then against their own data. So that's why we don't have a complaint, because that reviewer, okay, or that student reviewed our work based on the credible criteria by re-analyzing, okay, our data. So we are all happy, and of course, it's nice to have somebody look into our data and use it for benchmarking, and then they even name that particular set of data under a model called M3. Improving something, yes. Okay, so normally we in our case, we are very cautious when the students say, I want to improve, okay, a certain technique. So normally it looks simple, but it really makes us very cautious, okay. And in fact, I must say that it is scary, because improvement is not something that can be easily done in a PhD thesis. So that's why when the students say that they're going to improve certain things, okay, I will say that I want to see the literature review first. Yeah. Resolving a conflict in the literature, yes. Okay, this is where we have the critical review. So we have the arguments and the counter arguments. Okay, and then we want the student, okay, to do the organization or the review around around the themes and issues or questions, not around the individual papers. Okay, so that means after they have reviewed inclusive and exclusive, okay, exclusion and inclusion, and then we want them to focus on the themes, issues, or questions. Okay, this is normal. Even journals, okay, journals editors and also reviewers, they would like to see this, not the individual papers. So definitely, if our student goes for themes, issues, and questions, it's not going to be a summary of those papers. And suggestion, ask our student to use a mind map. Okay, for organizational structure, ask them to use the mind map. We have a software for that. I will share in one of the later slides. And then sometimes the student just put in all the articles in. So normally I will say which one is the most relevant, which one is irrelevant, okay, and which one is lesser relevant. Okay, remember, when our student look through, okay, selecting the articles from the database after they have searched, so they have decided this is very relevant, this is partially relevant, this is not relevant. So I said to maintain that, okay, even in the chapter that they are writing. Not being critical, yes. Okay, so this is the most common criticism coming from examiners and also the supervisors themselves. The students are not critical. So let's train them how to do it critically. So we can ask them first to look into the significant gap and the limitation within the existing literature that they need to address. And then after that, give good reasons why the hypotheses that they have developed are likely to be correct, okay, to be supported. So they can start with this as a training, and then after that, as they progress, okay, they can improve themselves. And then exclusion of landmark studies, yes, okay, my supervisor, my second supervisor in the supervisory committee is very serious about this. So she said that I must take landmark studies. Okay, so the landmark studies are normally we can define it as the highly cited paper, okay, or the study that spark the theory or the framework, okay, and also that have strong evidence that the issues have existed. Outdated material, okay, normally we go for the latest literature, but sometimes I ask my student to take in the outdated material because to say that he or she is aware of the material, just in one or two sentences, and then to say that after a certain year, this article has not been receiving citations. Okay. All right, so this is the sample of the mind map. Okay, I took this from one book. Okay, from one manual. Okay, and here we have, for example, here co-witnesses and the effects of discussion on eyewitness memory. I have samples of my students coming from my students, but I don't think I would like to share them. Okay, because this is considered a wide audience. Okay. So here we can say that the eyewitness memory here, why are they concerned about eyewitness memory? Okay, given a high weight in courts of law and found to be unreliable, it's not insignificant number of cases. Why is that the case? Yeah, so they need to do this mind mapping. So we do allow students to do that. Sketches, in sketches, they sketch, okay, and also of course in PowerPoint, okay, or if they can derive it from a mind map software, that would be great. But in our case, we just welcome any mind map that they can produce to show with us. So we have the best one from one student. He's working on his proposal. And it was very good. It's like, I must say that it's really beyond the gold standard that we have set for him. All right, so theories, yeah, this is where they will include all possible theories, okay. This is the flow chart of ideas, okay. So for example, it started with mosquitoes, major health hazard, okay. So if this is such a topic, then we ask the student to give us the range of years. Okay, so for example, is it still an issue now? Okay, because the student used the word major. okay, major health hazard. So we want to know. So I know Malaysia about the dengue fever is fatal. So we want to know also if, let's say, it is the same in their country or the world. Okay, so we want to know the data. So most of the time, the student must see that our questions are not to say that we don't know, but our questions are meant for them to tell us, and they make sure that they are really on the right track and they provide the credible evidence even at the level of literature review. So importance of research area, why is it important to be able to accurately map the distribution of pools and channels? So here, okay, this part. So normally they will give us this part, okay, only. And then here are our comments. So if they do that in Microsoft Word, so normally we will do tracking of comments. So we will add the comments or in PDF, etc. So, or sometimes they took note, okay, of the meeting sessions, and then they will add that, and then you put it up in the shared Google Drive, okay, so that we can always refer. So it's not like I don't think I said this before, so then there will be some disagreement, and then we change our mind, and the students are kind of lost after that. So the next one, sample, focus and organization. So we ask them to do like this. Okay, it depends on how we want them to present it to us. Okay, so here, okay, how can they have, as I said earlier, it's nice to have that 100 questions, but actually the students can have only 5 questions, okay, and they can develop that skill. So you can see here all kinds of questions that really help to make sure that the student did the correct review. Okay, this is another organization. How can issues of X be better addressed? Okay, this word better, okay, in what sense? Okay, so normally if my students cannot justify better, okay, then better drop it, okay. And normally if they want to stick because they say they are very confident, so I said to them, fine, then take all the data from the literature review and then define better here. Okay, so this is some another sample on research questions note taking. Okay, so we have the research questions. How does team social cohesion or integration impact team performance? Okay, so they have the studies and then the key findings, and the students can do this in Excel, okay, or even in Word, okay, but it must be easily, it must be presented in a way that's easy for us to read, okay. So I and my colleagues, okay, normally we don't want to have our student submit chapter 2 and then we read it, okay. Normally I will go for structured and systematic, okay. So I will have every sessions they presented, and then we go through, okay, or even if they haven't submitted chapter 2, so I want them to put it in this template, and then we can have a look, like a bigger picture, the bird's eye view, and then after that we will say that, okay, that study is not really good, why is it in the first place we have included it. So it's easily it is easily detected, okay, when it comes to certain issues, or we make certain errors, okay, in our selection. Okay, this is a typology of reviews. Okay, we can share this, okay, with our students so that they can have a look. Okay, so normally I don't explain to them, so I will just pass it to them, and then they will read it, and then they will do some search in Scopus for a sample, and then they will come back, and then we will look through this, and then which reviews that they will select, and then after that I will say that I'm not confident, or I'm confident that this is the right one. So normally they will do a systematic map, okay, and also the SOTA, okay. Sometimes they prefer to do a rapid review, but I ask them to add other reviews as well, okay, because it is quite a narrative, narrative. So my concern is that they will not be able to produce critical discussions. Okay, scoping, state of the art. This is the one that normally happen in IT. Okay, in other topics that look into developments and growth. Okay, and then this is the critical review. Now we have a higher level than critical review. We call critical view. Okay, so this is the source. Okay, that we can just give to the students if they want to refer to this. Is a good guideline. So this is the one that I mentioned earlier, the umbrella review. Okay, make sure that our students did not repeat what others have done, either by slightly changing the title, and then also by adding values to it. This is when systematized review, when our student was so excited, would like to do the SLR, and then suddenly there was some reasons, and therefore we ask them to continue on the systematized review. This is another option. Okay, so these are the sources, the best information source that our student must know. Okay, I have citation there as well. Okay, so the newspapers best for what? Okay. So normally the newspapers, for example, if let's say the research need to be done from this year until 3 years after, so we say that, okay, you can review newspapers, because the topic, if let's say, is about reading habits, in the country, related to some policy or some issues of concern that address to the public. So we did ask the student to also select newspapers, but it must come from the authorized source, and then popular magazines and so on. So adjust it according to our domains, so that the student can have an exhaustive or comprehensive review. Okay, this is another one that we want our student to do, to look at the Google Trends, and then also the steps, so they start with the research questions, objectives, methods, result, discussion. So meaning that this is actually chapter 1, the first part here, and this one enclosed into chapter 2, so basically it is 1 and 2, and of course once they follow this, they can publish their paper. And then these are the steps that we can share with them. This is the general ones. So where we should be concerned is when it comes to section and subsections. So that means the student must already have some sort of a draft table of content for chapter 2, so that we can make comment. And then at the same time, when they identify the keywords, we ask the student to revise accordingly the table of content for chapter 2. And sometimes even for the whole thesis, the flow of the thesis. Search the literature. If our students have difficulty, we send them to a resource center or library, to get them trained, to do the literature search. Analyze the results. Yes, they must read the documents. So maybe while reading the abstract, they know already some ideas. That this is the points that they need from that article. But at the end of the day, they must read the documents. Textbook might be difficult, because it requires to read the whole book. But we go by the chapter of the book. So that means when they cited the work, they just must refer to that particular chapter. Writing and also the reflections, so that it becomes critical. So this is the Prisma. I normally will use this. So I want to see this during the supervision, and even my colleagues in the supervisory committee, we want to see this. So they can just do search, they can review, so it's up to them. They can do bibliometric study. We have on the web now, we call connected papers. So it is not purely bibliometric, but they can see how papers are connected. So somehow that will assist them to do the review. But if they go for the bibliometric style, they can use the VOS viewer. It is a free software. And then critical review or critical view, and then we go by the research process, problem phase, validity, reliability, by contribution. So from number 4 to 7, this is domain specific. Okay, this is some samples that I like my student to do after the first or the second visit. Okay, so I will give them the sheet. This particular PICO sheet is available on the web. And it is really highly recommended by us. Okay, and my students, I mean, we have been using this for our students since 2005 or 6, like that. Yeah. Okay, and it works. Okay, so normally when they fill this in, let's say until 4 or 3, they already decided to drop or to expand the title of their work. Okay, so normally I say, okay, I want to know what's the problem, what's the population, what's the intervention, what's the comparison, what's the outcome, and what's the context. Okay, even though this has been used in the medical field or health sciences field, but we will also use this in our area, information technology or information science, because really we want to see the potentials, okay, of that work, and we want that potentials to be real, okay, to be really, I mean, could be done, okay, something that could be done. So we ask them to do this. Of course, it will be different than the ones that have been used in the medical field. Okay, this is for the state of the art. So the difference is that this one is focusing on research topic and research problem. Okay, while the other one, okay, while the other one is more on the, I don't know how to go back. Okay, never mind. So for the state of the art review, okay, normally we will go for the research problem, okay, because within that research problem, there is a development. So the problem or the invention or the design, okay, has some duration involved. So we need to focus on that so that those articles within that range, falling the category of those periods, okay, will not be missed. So this is the checklist I just put here as a sample, okay, that we can have our student to follow. Okay, this is a simple one. Sometimes our students couldn't get to that tools, okay, so they can just do something like this, okay. So whatever they have done and we have agreed upon should be there, and if there is any changes, then the student must alert us. So this is the one real case from our work to examine the existing information dissemination models for COVID-19. So we broke it into 2 questions, and then we have what kind of literature review, SWOTA and SLR, and this one is SLR. Okay. At first, we plan to do the critical view, but because the requirement, okay, is not to that extent, the budget is enough only for the SLR, so we do the SLR only. So up to SWOTA and SLR. This is for the master. Okay, it's a dissertation. All right, so the searches, okay, so simple searches, multiple lateral citation per. So we must make sure that the student has at least these 4. Okay, it is there in Scopus and majority of the databases. So it's not something that the students cannot do, but they need training to do so. Yeah. Okay, so this is one sample. So normally I ask my students to have a screenshot, okay, of the one research that they have done. So that I can see article title, abstract keywords, and then COVID-19. Okay, so they need to use the variation in the spelling, but of course this is Scopus, so normally they accommodate that variation. So okay, fine, and then I will also see that the student has done the Boolean and then they have done also the search within results. Okay, and this is what they got. And then search within results, after the search within result, they got 451. Okay, earlier they got 1 word, so it is 1,500 plus, and then they reduce it to 451. So sometimes if I can't imagine from their presentation, so we will draw together so that I can see, I can have some idea whether they have covered the right articles and be, I mean, they will not have a bias in their search. And then of course the Boolean or, okay, so that I can see whether there are certain better keywords, okay. So like misinformation, disinformation, infodemic, okay. So these are the keywords that existed in the articles, okay, in any of the articles. So they might have this word, that word, or this one. And then the Boolean, okay, another one, okay, here, okay, and then we also the or, and then we will do another and, okay. And then the results, okay, as a phrase, okay. And then phrase flexible, okay, this is within 3 words because the word can be in any order with a stop word in between, okay. So I ask them to be flexible within 3, and then sentence within 15, and then paragraph within 50. And then of course, I want to look at the way they browse, okay, the results. So normally they will go by the relevance. But if let's say I go by the outdated materials, then I will go for the cited. So you will go by the cited by the highest. So that means if it is outdated because of the years, okay, but there are better articles, okay, that have higher citations, then we will go for that. So it depends on the criteria that we have set. And then because corpus have patterns, so we also would like them to look into patterns, okay. And then analyze the search results. So I will see documents by author. So I remember we have one student and he did his work excellently, okay. But in the initial part of the work, okay, when the initial stage where he was so excited, he said that this has not been done in Malaysia, and he showed the proof that he has searched in Scopus. However, when we ask him to analyze the search result, we can see Malaysia is there. Okay, Malaysia is there. So, but because when he did the relevance ranking, the one done in Malaysia is in later pages. Okay, so therefore he missed that. So that's why we want the student to do the analyze search results in Scopus. For example, this is lateral search. Okay, so that means the student will pick up. So the student pick up the word misinformation from here. Okay, and then also the references. And then citation per search. So they will go for, keep on linking their work, okay, making connected ideas, okay, through the references. Okay, it is there in Scopus. So they just need training. And then because in our field, we most often use state-of-the-art review, but we can still meet the gold standard by doing this. So we go by them having it even in the search state-of-the-art. And then we have a sample, so they can follow that sample. But we also require them to go for thesis so that they can see chapter 2, okay, rather than just a journal article. Systematic review, okay, here. And then the sample. Okay, and this is the checklist when it comes to aligning the review to the chapters in the thesis. So it's the area of interest explained. So that is the thesis title. So because the review must really explain the title of the thesis, and then the title of the thesis must really represent the content of the thesis. Okay, so these are the questions, fundamental questions in the Viva, okay, during the Viva. So these are some of it. So for number 9, okay, and by following the gold standard, we don't have names dropping. Okay, so for example, there is one case, okay, when the student actually expanded the work of Veritas Technology, but then when it comes to chapter 1, it is there. It was there, but then chapter 2, it's gone. Chapter 3, not even a shadow of it. Okay, so meaning that there is names dropping. So that means why in the first place, the student cited this particular work in the problem statement or in the background, but suddenly it's just disappeared. So what's the effect of that? So we discovered that the moment the student did the names dropping, and if chapter did not no longer go back to that person's work, okay. So what happened is that the result, the findings in the thesis is actually just operationalizing the earlier problem. So it's not really a contribution. Okay, so therefore we need to really make changes, necessary changes, and then we look at how much the student can spend on making the changes and afford to do the changes. And we normally say you have to do it, okay, because that was the result of the names dropping. But Alhamdulillah, so far when this happened, we managed to to make amendments and corrections before going for the viva, before submitting for the viva. So that's why reviews are very important. So I have colleagues, okay, who said definitely no when the student do names dropping. Okay, definitely no. Okay, these are the software for the literature review. So we have the voice viewer that I've mentioned earlier. And then we also have a simple way, okay, which what we call the Excel journal database by Stephen. And this is the address of the YouTube. And this is the one that I mentioned earlier. You can try this one. Okay, it's very good. It's visual. It is available on the web. I think it is. We are given maximum of 3 trials. Okay, 3 attempts, 3 chances. Okay, where we can just type. Okay, in that particular website. Okay, and then we can see all the papers, and it is real time. Okay, it depends on the topics. Some are just prepared, okay, pre-done, like pre-processed, and then you can see visually, what papers are connected to that paper. So normally this is done through citation analysis, and so themes, and also citations, in-text citations on the web. Covidence, as I mentioned earlier, and then comprehensive meta-analysis version 2. This is also very good. And then we have Mendeley, okay, Xmind for mind mapping, and then we have the Atlas TI and some others. But I really recommend the connectedpapers.com. So that's all. Thank you very much. So is there an MC, or shall I continue if there is any question? Any question?
Assalamualaikum, Prof. I'm Azura from ophthalmology. May I know how we going to assess 100 questions?
Assess means, you mean evaluate, or?
Nak tengok apa ni contoh dia.
Oh, okay. Actually, the 100 questions actually is just a practice, a preference. Okay. Actually, even nowadays you have books and titled as 100 question. Okay, but they're not that many. Okay, so actually the practice that I have learned from my supervisor, that was in 1990s, and I found it very useful in my case, because I can argue back with him. Okay, and I can put my ideas across. So the way that he taught me, and even it is there now in the books that have the title 100 question. So actually the questions can come from the previous work and existing works. Okay, and we can just transfer that. So that means we use it, we reuse it. Okay, reuse those questions. Okay, except that we might phrase it, we might modify the question to suit our topic. So the one that I showed just now, it came from those sources. Okay, and I put it together into my 100 questions. So I have an Excel sheet. So I develop those questions by either borrowing, rephrasing, and I also invented some of the questions based on my experience in supervising. And also the questions posted to me when we have those workshops, because we already have like 50 plus workshops. So we gather those questions from the workshops and then phrase it. If the need is to supervise the students, so normally I will somehow rephrase it, okay, so that it really, can be used, okay, to trigger thinking, okay, or reflections or cautions, okay, the student. Yeah. So even it can come from the limitations, okay, in the articles that they have reviewed. So we extract and then we do a question, or it can come from the titles of journal articles, and they post the question as the title of their work. Yeah, I hope I answer your question. There's no standard 100 question. It varies from people to people unless we use the same article or the same data sets. Yeah.
You mean that like we are in medical, we can adjust some of the question, we can modify the question to suit the medical field, is it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, you have 100% freedom. Yeah, to really compile that 100 question. Even it can comes from your patients, okay, from your patients. So we can be creative as much as we want to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Welcome. Thank you for the question.
Any other question from the participant?
Okay, I think I saw the how to validate the data from Dr. Nur Ain. You mean the data from the literature, from the articles for the purpose of literature review? If that is what you meant, then it is through meta analysis, okay? And then we go also by the way the research has been conducted, okay? And then that's why we need the dual screening involving the supervisor. So that means we took part. But we need to be careful because this is the thesis, the students' work, and then at the same time we want to publish it. So we need to adjust according to the contributions acknowledged by accepted by the journal articles, okay? Because if, let's say, our role in the paper is just a supervisor, then we should not have our name as one of the co-authors. Okay, our name will just appear in the acknowledgement normally at the end of the article. And then at the same time, we don't want to do lots of work because the thesis is the student's work. So we need to somehow table it, okay, and then say that, okay, our ideas, discussions, and critical review of the paper will go to the journal, okay, and therefore we can be co-authors, okay, and of course further discussion should be there. And then for the thesis, okay, it's only where the role of an expert is needed, okay, so that means we are just an expert for that, so not another person who's doing the work. So I hope I answered that question, but the best way is to first to look at the quality, whether that paper has met the research process, okay, they have done it appropriately, and after that we can do the meta analysis. So I hope I answered that question. Yes. Okay. All right. From Dr. Fatin, may I know how long your students usually need to complete the SLR chapter 1 and chapter 2? Okay. So normally it is in one semester. Okay. They got the one that met a certain standard. Okay. So the milestone, okay, so that means we say that, okay, you're required to by the university, you're required to publish. So, you know, can you do that in one semester? One semester here means that, you know, they finish the work and able to submit for the first round of review or being looked at, okay, by the editor of the journal. So that means not necessarily that the editor has already given to the reviewers, but at least the editor said yes, okay, we are going to send it to the reviewers. So normally we will do that milestone, okay. Or if let's say it is a real tough review, a critical review where we need someone to endorse some of the opinions, okay, which will be reported in chapter 3, okay, then it will take like 9 months to a year, because it encroach into the methodology chapter. So if let's say yours is only the chapter 2, chapter 1 and chapter 2, so normally we will do 6 months, okay, or 1 semester, and then after that we will have the student to revise from time to time. So meaning that even during before the viva, they should be made aware of the existence of a certain literature that might have impact on their studies. So at least when the examiner asks a question, they can answer, yes, I'm aware, but this is being published after my work. So I hope I answered that.
Okay, if you have any other question, can you unmute yourself? You can ask the question directly to the prof. Or maybe you can just put in the chat box and prof can read it. Okay, it seems no more further question, Prof. So with that, we would like to thank you for your fruitful very informative presentation. We hope that the supervisors can use it. Sorry?
I have another presentation, right?
Oh, okay. Sorry, Prof. Sorry for that. So yeah, the second one. Sorry, I forgot about that. Sorry, Prof. Okay, you may proceed. Apologize for me. So okay, Prof, you can proceed for the second presentation, inshallah.
All right. This is to know about the learning needs, okay, for our student, okay. All right. So let me. Okay, so this is how to diagnose students' learning needs, okay. And yes, okay, actually, when we supervise our students, okay, it depends on how we view the PhD. Is the PhD is merely the thesis, or the PhD is a program, okay. At my faculty and also my research unit, I prefer my colleagues, okay, who are supervising together with me. I would like them to look at the PhD as a program, okay. So that means it's not just the thesis. So that means the students have things or activities beyond their thesis, okay. So it is not really only get the PhD and then suddenly they got stuck, okay. Coming, you know, departing from their PhD. So the key principles, okay, is set expectations, but be aware of the changing reality. So we cannot have the same expectations as we have on another student, okay. We cannot also have expectations that was set on us by our supervisor, okay. Maybe that will be 20 years ago, okay. And then we need to also listen, reflect, and share. And we need to think outside of the box, okay? Outside the box, meaning that outside of the thesis, okay? So this happens if we view the PhD as a program, okay? But if we view it as a thesis, then it is only these two. But it's best to have the third one, where we expose the students to the appropriate circles of scholars, as well as also to experts in the field, okay, so that later on, after they have completed their PhD, they can go for postdoctorate, and also to keep them being motivated, okay, because they know that, you know, after this they have these scholars and they would like also to connect to these scholars. So at our lab we have done the third one, and alhamdulillah our students are still continuing, okay, works on their topic, and even they have been recognized as expert even though they just got their PhD a few months ago. So here's some citations, okay, taken from the Global University. So we advise students to have their first meeting and discuss specific things with the supervisor. So normally, yes, we ask them to look at the code of practice, okay, so that all the so-called FAQ, okay, is already answered, okay. And then what is the expectation? So normally we need to really explain the student, my expectation is built upon the grant. I secured this grant, so this grant has expectations on me, and because you are my RA and you're producing a PhD as talent development, so therefore these expectations also being there on you, okay, is also your task, okay. And then, for example, how the training is going to work, okay. Some students, because they got really used to online, so they prefer online, okay. So therefore, we devise a way that communication is always there, okay, because otherwise then we cannot move on if the online platform is always having an issue, and so on, okay. Should sit down, this is ideal. And then work out the coming months. Yeah, we try to be ideal because we don't want to have, sometimes we don't want to have complaints. Yeah, and complaints are usually, if it's only at the office level, could be okay. But when it comes to beyond the office, coming out of the four walls, then it's not something that we like. So as I experienced, many of my colleagues, they tried to be an ideal supervisor. But the thing is that the reality is we really need to keep meeting our students, okay, so that we can monitor their progress. And sometimes when they make changes, they delay in informing us. So without a meeting, then that can be easily dismissed, or you know, we did not realize that. So some say that some students came to us, said that I only will do for 3 years, my PhD for 3 years. My scholarship is only for 3 years, okay. So therefore we design the scope, okay, to meet the PhD. And then sometimes we ask the students, okay, how worse can you accept for the PhD? Of course, all students will say no corrections 1 month. But then we say be realistic, you know, because you want only 3 years and you want this topic, which is very challenging. Are you willing to go for major revisions, okay, major corrections throughout the journey? And then they say, no, I would like to go for the most is, the worst is minor. So then we adjust the topic, okay, because some students, they just want to do 3 years, get a PhD and the experiences, and then after that they will continue that topics under postdoctorate, okay. So this is the plan. So that's why I appreciate when my students and my colleagues are very frank, very frank in our discussions. This is another sample from the same source, University College London, sometimes called Global University. Here we have, for example, the university itself has an extensive research training. So we send them, okay, we send them. And recently the students would like to go for free, okay, research trainings, research workshops that are free, no charge, yeah. So therefore we say that, okay, you can go, but do expect something general. But if you want to do more detail, then there'll be definitely some payments. That's the commercial aspect, okay, of trainings. But what we don't want them to do is that the students attended the basic workshop, the general workshop, and then after that, they tend to get into the habit and finally, in a way, outsource their work. Okay. So where in our case, to us, we call it as invisible supervisor. Okay, so there is an invisible supervisor supervising them. Okay, so that's why we make sure that everything is being agreed upon. And if, let's say, the students change mind, so we want to know why change mind, because we don't want the student to have, okay, I prefer to use the word invisible supervisor rather than outsource their thesis, okay. So because that is an academic, discipline, okay, or integrity. So what does it mean by diagnostic assessment? Okay, we go for the student's understanding and misconception. So we do not want the student to misunderstand, okay, what does it mean by supervision and PhD thesis. Okay, so we want them to really understand the nature and how it works. Okay, how it works. We do not mind the students to challenge our advice, okay, or our comments, but they must come up with something justified as well. Okay, we do not want them to argue with us because actually they have been supervised by somebody else. Okay, so that's the one that we would like to make sure make known to the students and make sure that there's no misconceptions. Okay. Sometimes the students got confused between the research as in published journal article, published as journal article, and also a thesis. Okay, so we need to express that as well. So the first thing when we see that the student couldn't differentiate, okay, so we ask the student to go to the library or access it online, sample of thesis, especially those somehow connected to them. So diagnostic assessment is also effective, yes. We always did this for every student, and it is an appropriate starting point. So so far we don't have failures, okay, alhamdulillah, and I do not want failures, students to fail. So that's why we always do this diagnostic. Sometimes at certain university they don't call it diagnostic, but it is certain assessment. So we can take that as our diagnostic as well. Misconceptions address the incorrect prior knowledge. Okay, so the student thought that, especially part-timers, they thought they can somehow extend their work in the industry and becomes a PhD thesis, and it ended up it's not a thesis, it's a project work. Okay, it's a project. Justification is not there, etc., because it is totally dependent or totally about the work at their, with their employer. So these are the questions. Yes, we can also add this to the 100 question. Okay, but of course we need to put it under the topic of interview potential students. This is adopted, okay, from a source. So why do you want to do a PhD? Okay, this question existed from many years ago, even during my time. Why do I want to do a PhD? Okay, so some said I want to be a professor, a lecturer. Some said that I want people to believe me when I said something with regards to my thesis and my thesis area. What motivates you to do a PhD? Sometimes it's not motivation, they are being pushed to do a PhD. So that's why these 3 years come into the picture. Okay. And then what do you plan to do after you completed your PhD? So my co-supervisor from the industry asked this question to my student. After you have completed your PhD, what will you do? Are you going back to your country or staying here as an expert, doing postdoctorate, or are you going back, and where are you going to work in your country? So yes, these are famous questions. And then, why do you wish to pursue a PhD? Okay, this is why do you want, why do you wish? Okay, sometimes they give the same answer and sometimes it is different. Okay, different. Some say, I wish I have done this PhD many years ago. Okay, I'm stuck with the salary scheme. Okay, some say that. Some say that I just realized that there have been new knowledge and it is a drastic changes. Okay, so therefore I would like to pursue a PhD to read, okay, the new theories and the new concepts and the new models. What do you think PhD is about? Yeah, this is also a question that we really need the student to answer. Okay, what do you think pursuing a PhD will do for you? Some say for knowledge, so they don't really care whether they get a job or not after that. Okay, some choose to have a PhD and then they will do some humanitarian works. Okay, so it's like they would like to do it for knowledge, and then they will have the experience in the community, and then they come back and continue relevant research extending from the PhD. So they have their own plan, but it's good that we know. Okay, what experience do you have in this research field? Some say that they have done a smaller scale during their master degree, and then how your previous experience and skill help you deliver this project. Okay. And some supervisors, I remember in the interview they had with me, I myself as a student, that is from one university in UK, they asked me, are you going to repeat the same methodology? And I said, I wish I could, but it's a PhD, so definitely I cannot repeat exactly the same. Okay, so they say that it's not that you cannot or you must do something new, but it's good to do new because we are looking for new approach, okay, or higher level of technique or method. Okay, and then how do you build your skills to deliver this project? And then the study plan. The study plan is very important. So whenever my students has issues, so we will ask the student to revise the study plan so that we have an idea, okay, when the chapters are coming in. Okay, we're not saying specific date. We just say somehow, let's say end of March, or sometimes in the summer. Yeah, so at least some ideas so that we know that it's coming. So that means we can free some slot for the student. Okay. And then why do you see the most important issues or problem in this field today? Yeah, this really connect to if they have done some literature review. It's nice to see at this time. But normally proposal at the entry level is not good enough, okay, to describe. So that's why we have the interview. And then what's novelty? Okay, what's novelty? And I must say, 90%, okay, of the students whom we have interviewed will always say novelty. It has not been done in a particular country. Okay, so I said to them, if that is the case, then what is unique about that country? Okay, that you felt that your country or that country will not adopt the existing research findings. Okay, if let's say the country is very unique, then the likelihood that that country will adopt that research findings is not there. Okay, it's very small. So therefore you can carry it out. But if let's say the likelihood they will adopt because they have similar situation, then where is the novelty? Okay, where is the novelty? So some of them say, okay, I will add another concept, I will add another factor, or I will add another steps, okay, and so on. But of course, we don't ask them to be specific because this is potential students. Okay, we just want to have them think, okay, have a thought, okay, about the novelty here. Okay, we don't expect novelty in terms of patterns, okay, or utility innovation, but if they are happy, at least a copyright or publications where they have the copyright sign. Okay, and then research experience. Yes, we asked them research training. So I remember my time when I was asked this question, I said SLAB. Okay, and of course they give me some assignments as a test, okay, and I did them well. But of course, because the level that I have attended was for master, and then for a PhD, I had to do more. Okay, so they designed the program for me. So similarly for my students, so normally we will look at their work, okay, and look at the research training that they need throughout the years, okay, and then we guide them to which workshop, etc. they should go. And then relevant theory, yes, normally they will give theory that they got from another thesis, okay. So we ask them to describe in the context of their topic. So if we see that they are a bit shaky, then we say that, okay, you need to review that, or you need to see the findings of that particular theory. Okay, of course, these are just advices. We don't ask them to do that at that time. And then after that, as a wrap up, after we have asked those questions in the interview, so we do a wrap up, we do the points, and we see how, if they are willing, okay, to address their needs, okay, to conduct successfully the PhD thesis. So here we have the NQABC, okay, this is like pitching. Some students, they will do this, okay, especially at the beginning of their PhD. They say what's the need, okay, what problem do you intend to solve, etc. The question, okay. This one, normally we are flexible. They can revise during the presentation, or they can say, okay, I'm going to revise it, or I don't have the question yet, okay. And then the competition, and then the approach, okay, and then the benefit and the competition. So here, the need, the competition, we want to make sure that nobody else is doing on that particular work, okay, because we want to protect. So if, let's say, the student is not sure where to put their title, okay, so we say that, okay, we want to see, go and do some basic search, okay, at least in Scopus, and see who else has done on similar topic, how many articles, etc. During our time, because it was a CD-ROM, so my supervisor submitted to current awareness abstract. So the current awareness abstract endorsed, saying that nobody has done on this topic, and so they published the abstract, my abstract, and then I move with my work, okay, feeling very secure and confident, okay. And then at another level, my supervisor felt that we need a validator, so we use a conference platform to validate the topic. So the design was that each time when I have a need, okay, to secure my work and to progress successfully, the supervisor will always say, okay, this is what you need. Are you ready? Okay, am I ready or not? So Alhamdulillah, in my case, when I was a student, I managed to have the endorsement, okay, or the acceptance that I can put my name in the thesis as Othman's test, okay. So this is the result of the need that I have throughout my PhD thesis. Similarly, for my students, okay, he needs to have the real system, okay. So we appointed an external supervisor, okay. And of course, because some issues of the budget, etc., so we have our own arrangement, we tabled it, and then he have access, and then he can see. And he saw that because of the need that he has, the challenge that we posed to him, and he agreed to address the need, and he found that whatever is there at the institution is different from what he has read from the literature. This is the transferability, okay. So we ask them, we make sure that the students somehow met, okay, at least 90% of this. So for example, define a problem, identify possible causes, okay, can they do that? If they can't, then maybe we can have them look into the problem. Where does the problem exist? Okay, so let's say in an article, the article actually was presented as a conference paper. So we asked the student to look into that conference paper, and then after that to see what's the problem and how it has been refined. Okay, and also they can also contact that particular author. But however, okay, not all can be solved that way. Okay, so we really ask the student to attend certain workshops. Okay, how to identify possible causes. So currently, at our faculty, Kuliah of ICT, we have the visiting professor, Prof. Zeki Khadir. Okay, and he has done some predictions of the problems in for 2025 and then 2030 and then 2040. So we make sure that the student have access to him and then can guide our students on that matter, or to attend the workshop sponsored by Triple IT. And these are some others. Okay, we have the group discussions. We let the student facilitate group discussions and conduct meetings, because possibly that later on the student might need to facilitate a focus group. Okay, so we go by that. And then mentor peers. Yes, we have one student who's doing very well. Okay, from Nigeria. So yes, we have really make him mentor to his peers. And Alhamdulillah, last month, he was invited by a group of people, professionals from Maldives. So because we see the PhD as a program, not as a PhD thesis, and at the same time he can polish his thesis, the idea in his thesis, by getting the feedback. And then of course we asked him not to disclose too much, because he needs to make sure the originality is secured and there's no imitation of his work. Research and information management. Yes, so normally here we ask that student to learn Mendeley, and other software. And then work habits. Yes, this is what I normally advise my students. Do it at the table. So that means if you prefer to work at the lab, do it at the lab. If you prefer to do your work at the library, fine. That's a good place as well. And then if you prefer to do it at your office, because part-timers, fine too. And if you prefer to do it at work, make sure that you have a workstation, a working place. If you prefer to do it at the hostel, then make sure there's a table and proper chair, etc. Because, as supervisors who have been supervising, we know the students have done it at the table, or they have done it lepak-lepak, so we know, or at the canteen, or mahala in bed. So we know, because the work reflect, by the work habits. So the work habits is very influencing. It influences the write-up of those chapters and also analysis of the data. So normally it's easily detected, and we will say that, please, you need a workstation. You need a proper place to do the work. But of course we are not going to be very specific. We just advise. And then yes, pressure, meet the deadline. So first, to avoid the pressure, we said that you already have mental stress. So therefore, let's do this realistically. And then how to meet the deadline. So for example, like because of this COVID, suddenly overwhelmed, so we did send the student on how to work out the study plan. But of course, in terms of the learning needs, so we say that you can go to these particular sources and get them there. Get help, so that they will not be under pressure. So that's why in the first place, we always ask the student to be clear exactly what they want to do for their PhD. Written and oral communication, yes. So normally we train them how to read academic works, and also the opinion paper, so that they can learn how to criticize, how to express their opinion. So at least these two, they should be well versed. They should have been exposed to. So we seldom encourage them to read the textbook that much, because often when they consulted the textbook, then their thesis will be a textbook style of writing. Okay, so we say that thesis is different than a textbook. Okay, this is the rating. So we say academic writing skills. Actually, you have some of this already in the assessment form, the progress form, released by CPS. Okay, but this is the one that I normally use for myself. Not all questions must be answered. So normally I will rate academic writing skills. So majority of them are excellent because they have been trained. Okay, somehow in the early stage of their work of their PhD. Thinking skills, mostly it is 3 at first. After that, they go for excellence. So I'm proud of my students. They are able to disagree and agree with the examiners. And then publication skills and presentations, communication skills. Okay, and of course, number 6, if let's say they're going to be a lecturer, so there are times in which I invited them to teach in my class. Okay, to teach in my class. So it will start from the lower level. Okay, and then they can go to the level. So at least I have trained someone. Okay. Under the knowledge management, implicit skills. Okay, so this is the general model. This is the source. Okay, so for example, support to basic needs. Okay, so normally we will go for the structure of the whole supervision. Okay, so clear objective means that it's not just clear to the student, but also clear to me. Okay. And then it's my job to provide constructive feedback. Okay, constructive feedback. So I normally not happy when supervisors will go for, lecturing, later. So normally, giving a lecture, okay, for more positive words. So normally I will ask for constructive feedback. So sometimes, yes, with the supervisory committee and also with the student, normally I will go and interrupt if, let's say, the feedback is not constructive. So I had to kill that feedback. Okay. Of course, I have to be firm and also have my own evidence. Sometimes my feedback is being killed by some others. So because we want to maintain the constructive feedback. So if there is any issues, we did it before seeing the student because we do not want to see quarreling, in front of the student. That will demotivate. So if we feel that there is a need to really give constructive feedback for the student to improve, and we had to agree, then we need a meeting before that, and then we advise the students to really table the points that they have made. Okay, so they really need to come academically prepared, okay, with justification, etc. But of course, that is rare, okay, but it happened. Involvement, yes. So we need to give our reassurance and concern about the student as individual. So I came to an agreement. I mean, I made sure every supervisors in my team agree that we are not going to be fierce and harsh on the student. We will stay academic, but sometimes it's quite difficult. So we need to tell the student that you need to learn how to argue, okay, how to argue academically. And you must not give reasons, lame excuses. Okay, so like in the one in the United Kingdom, supervisors send the students to courses on defending our points, and then autonomy, etc. So, and then they have the doctoral completion. Okay, so some students, they have this persistent. They will, no matter what happened, they want to complete. Okay, and so we have several types. We can assess the student. If it is a globally satisfied student, then this is what our role is. The thicker the line, the stronger support that we need to give. Okay, and then if, let's say, it is not really competent, the student is incompetent, and therefore we need to have the autonomy support, because we cannot do all things, okay, by ourselves. Okay, so sometimes the student have doubt of their work. Okay, so we really need help, okay, beyond our committee. And then poorly connected students, okay, so really we need to make sure that we have this link structure, and then after that we make sure that as the thesis progress, okay, the students are being facilitated, okay, to be connected to their work, okay, otherwise they will be demotivated, and then they will just leave their thesis in that manner. So here what I meant is not on the more on the emotions, but more on the academic support, okay, so and so on. So how to help, okay, for the globally satisfied, okay, this is the direction. So that means normally they have clearer goals. They have a clear goal, so we want them to go for clearer goals, okay, and tell us outcomes, what outcomes look like, okay. So if they're not clear of the outcomes, then go back and ask them to decide, okay, what outcome most likely they will get in their work, okay. So normally they can look at the data that they will collect, okay, and the questionnaire that they might have adopted or adapted, and so on. So competence deficient, so we send them for training, okay, to make sure that the competence gaps are taken care of, okay. Globally dissatisfied as against to this, so ask about and help remove obstacles or blockers, okay. So sometimes it is the language, the English requirement. And then early detection, okay, so we discovered their problems of language in the questionnaire, okay, and so we just give them a sample, okay, or do it simpler questions or adapted, and after that refine it, tuning it, and do the validation. As for concern, yes, okay, as I mentioned earlier, we make sure that our students are not working in isolation. So we guide them to do the work at research unit or journal clubs, conference for PG, networking. Stress, okay, sometimes we say, why don't you go for a trip, okay, and attend certain festivals. Conflicts, okay, we bring them to the supportive network. So normally people whom we know, okay, so that they can be exposed academically. So whenever my students have conflicts in terms of academic, so we will make them a member of certain academic society like PCAM, okay, or the QQML, okay, the qualitative and quantitative methods, okay. And then funding issues, grants, so this one is quite difficult, okay, but we as professors, we need to get grants, so normally they will have a chance, okay, to work under us. And then time management, okay, so we make sure that the time that they spend, okay, it's not too much time. Let's say, for example, on chapter 2, they are so obsessed with the literature review that they spend 2 years, okay. So normally we have that one case approaching second year, 1.5 year. So we ask that student to really limit, okay, to really focus, and then we go through, okay, page by page, okay, to make sure that they are being back to the track of time management. Work-life balance, okay, this one require some psychological part, so normally we send them to those needs, but academically, we ask them to schedule according to their research and when they are productive and unproductive in their research. Okay, for example, like some prefer to go vacation during summer, so therefore we can agree that okay, supervisors also need summer break, so therefore we can schedule it in such a way that during the vacation, it's not like the student give the work to us and then we work on it while they go for vacation. Okay, so because we also have the work-life balance, so it's a mutual respect. So normally we say that okay, the finals are coming, so I appreciate either you send 1 month before or 1 week after, and then academic fatigue. So these are the selected issues. Yeah, students tend to get commitment and focus because of academic, okay, matters where they are overcommitted or they poorly organized. They like to postpone their work. Okay, of course, the procrastination, they can go to a different unit, but under us, we will just say, okay, just submit whatever you have, and then we will make comments, and then we will come back to you, or have you presented whatever stage you are now? Because we need to make sure that the PhD continues. Doesn't take advice or communicate with a supervisor. Some students, they don't communicate with us, they disappeared. So that's why we need to know what exactly they have done. Sometimes they disappear and then suddenly we have an article and our name is there. So this is more of an issue. So what we need to do is that to avoid this from happening, so we have several meetings and the target is to publish a paper and also to complete chapter 2. So it's more of a workshop with the student. And then poor writing skills, lack of independence. Okay, this is where the supervisor, the invisible supervisor comes in sometimes. And then the rest, okay, they are more of things that we need to really have sessions with them regularly to make sure that these are solved academically. All right, so I'm not going to look on this one, but I will go for this one. Initially, to do with what exactly would be my PhD, perhaps my feeling that the content of my PhD was being led by their research interest rather than what I wanted to do. Yeah, this is true. Okay, I ended up doing what I wanted to do, so it was fine in the end. So normally the student will disagree. Okay, and then sometimes they disconnect from the supervisor for a while, and then they come back, they have what they wanted to do. Okay, I have reached this result, and they'll have kind of forgotten about what I had been doing up to that point. So that's why we do shared in Google Drive, okay, so that we are aware of what the student is doing, okay, so that we are not forgotten. Yeah, try that, why not? And the supervisor, just thought about it at just that instant. Okay, especially when I started, I thought, well, he's a professor, he's experienced, he knows about this thing. So I kind of treated, I mean, the student treated that every comment of ours is like, you must do, okay, you must do. So therefore, when we give what the student need to do, okay, not what we want him to do or her to do, so we need to be very tactful, okay, because later on when the student comes in, we disagree on what we ask the student to do. And then in case of writing an article, more than one supervisor is involved in the article, they are then co-authors and I'm supposed to maintain a dialogue with everyone. I then have to balance this, yes, because sometimes we have supervisors spread out, okay, one in overseas, for example, and it's quite difficult to maintain the dialogue. So normally we say to the student, we do online. So we work on the workshop of producing that journal article and also some content in the thesis, okay, so that we can come an agreement in one setting, and then we do an online platform. There are emotions on both sides, and you don't want to acknowledge that might happen, that actually you people, supervisors, might get emotional about it. I find it particularly difficult to believe that I will ever get angry with my supervisors for some reason. Yeah, this is something that really we try to avoid. So here we mentioned to the student, okay, whenever they would like to figure out the solution, so we say you are the expert, so the student must know, okay, what solution is best for them, okay, through our advice. And then supervisor may not have time to answer all questions. There is definitely not enough time. And then too dependent, you may be hurting yourself, okay. So when it comes to academic advice, okay, we just supervise, but we don't give them the exact solution, okay. And then commitment, when they are not sure of the goal, okay, so we direct them for knowledge seeking. And then when they do have a milestone, convert that milestone so that it becomes a motivation for them. Very long time until final version of manuscript. Some will go for 8 years. Okay, so what we will do is that every meetings, there's a manuscript. Okay, the norm that journal submissions are rejected. So we normally tell our student that's normal. Okay, that's normal. There are tricks and tips of doing that. So RMC always have a workshop for that. So therefore, they can learn together with us when we attended that particular workshops. Generating results is time and resource intensive. So we ask them to work out as an experiment. Okay, that means they should do the pre-pilot, the pilot, and the actual data. Okay, confidence, yes. Okay, so we don't want them to have the imposter syndrome. So therefore, they should not act like they know everything. Okay, and we just say yes or no. So we want them to know that there's a limit to every knowledge in an individual. Okay. And then the emotional intelligence, even though it is not really solely academic, but it does affect on academic. The students want to finish their PhD, supervisors want to have prestigious research results and also added to their resume. And then, of course, some other things there. Okay, and that's all. Thank you. Sorry, I go beyond a bit of the time.
It's okay, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Any questions? Any question from the floor? Okay, if next, there is no question, so we close our session for morning sessions and then we continue for the next afternoons. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Again.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.